Friends, good evening, and this is your host Ankit Khanelwal joining you from Delhi, India, and welcome to IBM TV Economics Monday. And we have Nick Palavida joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina. Good morning, Nick. Good morning to the world, and it's all economics day today. What do we have? What's the lineup for the day?
Well, our lineup starts. We got a pretty exciting lineup. We start off with Bill Trezevant's Washington report, so find out what's going on in the Tower of Power. Then Shakeel Latimer is going to join us, who's a billion-dollar money manager from Australia. Then we have Peter Bennett, who's an individual investor from Greenwich, Connecticut, along with Blake Christian, who's actually heads up a CPA firm with 700 CPAs here in the United States. Sharif Rana from Malaysia will join us, who's the host of Economics with Sharif. Ted Snyder from Yale University should be joining us. He's the former dean of Yale and the University of Chicago Business School. Jeff Brown will be joining us from the University of Illinois Business School. Greg Budzban should be joining us he's the former dean of the University of Southern Illinois Arts and Letters. And then, of course, our favorite friend, Pulitzer Prize winner, David K. Johnston at noon, and then we'll go from there. So we got a pretty exciting lineup this morning. I guess we'll start off with our Washington report. Do you have the Washington report?
Nick, we also have a special guest from Switzerland today.
Yes. Bill Banji, you're right, it's going to also be joining us. I'm not sure exactly what time, but he should be in around 10:15. So we'll get to talk to him also as well. Yes. Okay. Washington report.
There is some glitch.
Some glitch in our system? We don't have glitches in the system.
Washington. There's been quite a bit happening over the weekend, so let's just get started. First, a recap of the week that was. The DNC reportedly raised over $70 million during the 4 days of the convention. This, combined with the $48 million raised in the 48 hours after the announcement of Senator Harris as the vice presidential pick, means that the 6-day fundraising haul for the Democrats hovers around $118 million. While voter polling isn't immediately available and won't be for a couple of more days, one published poll indicates that the Biden-Harris ticket received a post-convention bounce in their favorability ratings, moving up 5% in the eyes of the American public. Donald Trump, for his part, at a campaign stop on Friday, opened up his campaign by declaring, quote, "I am the only thing standing in between the American dream and total anarchy, madness, and chaos." The following day, Saturday, August 22nd, in a Washington Post article by Michael Kranish, Donald Trump's older sister, Marianne Trump, presumably a character reference for the president, was recorded expressing her unfiltered opinion of the president. She disclosed, quote, "He has no principles, none. His blank, tweet, and lying. Oh my God, I'm talking freely, but the change of stories, the lack of preparation, the lying, holy shit." Continuing, she said, "Donald is cool. All he wants to do is appeal to his base." Meanwhile, in Charlotte, North Carolina, there were successive days of clashes between protesters and the police outside the site of the Republican National Convention ahead of this week's activities. As for the convention itself, while much is left to speculation, this much is known. 1, there will be a convention. 2, none of the prior Republican nominees for president were invited or are welcome, including Mitt Romney, the family of John McCain, or even Bob Dole, the 1996 Republican standard bearer. Most importantly, the last 2-term Republican president, George W. Bush, was not invited, and sources indicate he had no desire or intention of participating. Third, the Trump campaign official confirmed that instead, Donald Trump will appear each night of the convention. Pivoting for a brief moment, a recent right track, wrong track poll of Americans reveals that 72% of the American public believes the nation is on the wrong track. In other news, the House on Saturday passed a $25 billion emergency funding package for the United States Postal Service. The measure is headed to the Senate, where it is expected to die on arrival. But if the measure is approved by the Senate, Trump has vowed to veto the bill. Next, Late Sunday, the administration announced emergency authorization of the use of convalescent plasma, a blood product derivative. A former FDA commissioner said the treatment has already been widely used in the pandemic fight, and this emergency authorization only reduces some barriers to increased participation by hospitals in the trials. As of the filing of this report, over 175,000 Americans have died as a result of the pandemic, with no end in sight. On another front, unsurprisingly, there are no signs of movement on the comprehensive COVID relief package proposed by the House and currently pending before the Senate. It has been 3 months and counting. No progress is expected anytime soon, as the Trump administration refuses to negotiate. Finally, in the weekend news, amidst the pandemic, economic crisis, record unemployment, and sustained widespread social unrest, Donald Trump unveiled a newly renovated rose garden, complete with new walkways and freshly planted rose bushes, just in time for the First Lady and Donald Trump to give their speeches this week. The work was planned and executed over the last 30 days. It is my understanding that there is no gold leaf, but I hear the rose bushes are yellow. Lastly, I want to take a moment for you, our audience, you who rely on us for intelligent, truthful information and discussion. We have to put the next 71 days into perspective. This week, we have the Republican National Convention. The next week, in addition to the presidential election, we will be faced with the ongoing postal crisis, the COVID pandemic, congressional negotiations, and the end of the moratorium on evictions nationwide, notwithstanding Trump's executive order to the contrary. We will also be inundated with a number of books with potentially explosive revelations, including a book by Brian Stetler of CNN entitled Hoax, which is being released today. On September 8th, Michael Cohen's tell-all book, It's the Shelves. On September 15th, Bob Woodward's new book entitled Rage, It's the Shelves. On September 29th, we have the first presidential debate in Cleveland, Ohio. On October 1st, we will see massive layoffs and furloughs in the airline industry as their relief package expires. On October 7th, we have the only vice presidential debate in Utah. On October 15th, we have the second presidential debate in Miami, Florida. On October 22nd, we have the final presidential debate in Nashville, Tennessee. And lastly, this is important. On top of all of this, the rancor, the distractions, and the deaths, the two presidential campaigns have already announced that they are committed to spending at least $500 million combined over the next 71 days. This equals approximately $7 million a day, and that does not include the expenditures of PACs, super PACs, dark money, Senate and House expenditures, or even state and local elections. I know. It is a lot. We here at IBM TV understand, and you should as well. In the final analysis, the future direction of this nation rests with you and only you. We are committed to bringing you the best information, discussions, and dialogues that we can over the next 71 days. So amidst the noise and haste, cast your vote for the America you want. That is your report for this day, August 24th, 2020, from IBM TV, International Broadcast Media, smart TV for a smarter global community, from dictatorships to democracies around the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. I'm Bill Trezevant. Thank you.
That's right. You have to say good morning, good afternoon, good night, because depending where we are beaming across the world, it's those time zones. But Bill, it looks like we're going to have a pretty exciting. Looks like you have your work cut out for you on American politics this year. When you saw all those dates, yes, because after the Labor Day, we're going to have a show devoted to American politics, led by Bill Trezevant. And so hopefully, but when you showed me all those dates, I'm going, wow, you're just going to be pretty busy, aren't you?
Well, yes, we're all going to be pretty busy, inundated between the various persuasive advertisements and then just the normal hijinks of a campaign, the accusations back and forth, what's going to come out of the books, the policy issues. This one is, I suspect, shaping up to be one for the ages. It has so many undertones of prior elections throughout American history in such a really raw way that it's going to be interesting. And good morning, Kimberly.
Yes,
Kimberly. Good morning, Bill. I just love listening to your political report news because it just, I don't know, it just takes a lot of weight and pressure from the news everywhere else that seems to pander a lot. So I appreciate your upfront and truthfulness.
Well, thanks.
Sounds like Walter Cronkite, but
yes, I know.
You know, I used to listen to it, and he just delivered the news, not all these positions and the news.
Yeah.
But let's bring in some of our international people and see what they have to think about what's going on here. And of course, we're going to have a pretty busy economics day today. We have Alexander Starr from Toronto, Canada, right, who's going to moderate all the elections because he's very familiar with Russia. He used to live there and knows that ultimately they're going to cast the deciding vote. And then if you go down under, mate, we have Willie Hill from Australia. Good day, mate.
Good day, mate.
I've been listening to McLeod's Daughters every night here. My wife loves that show. If you haven't seen it, it's a show originating from Australia, and I think we get it on Acorn television. From another foreign country, we have Jim Eade, who is actually from the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley, who's upgrading his presence throughout the world. From what I understand, he also runs the TV show Chess Without Borders. And we're going to have a pretty exciting lineup talking about economics. And of course, to a certain extent, we're going to be discussing politics. But Bill, you said something very interesting about the layoffs in the airline industry. Is the airline industry going to crash? I mean, is that actually going to happen?
I don't think that. Well, first, the relief package for the airlines ends October 1st, and there have been rumblings and discussions and warning signs for the last number of months, and the airline industry executive essentially believe this, that as part of the comprehensive COVID relief package that's currently pending in front of Congress, there were some provisions to take care of the airline industry. And essentially, the airline industry's position is, if they don't get further relief, then we're going to see a substantial contraction in the size of domestic, meaning airline services. And it could be up to 70%. And that's what they're planning for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also you made a statement about people's mortgage relief is going to end Monday or something like that. Are people going to get evicted? And how are they going to do that?
Today, Nick. That's today.
That's today. But how are they going to do that? In North Carolina, I heard that there's going to be 700,000 evictions in the state. The legal system, how is it going to deal with, can you imagine 700,000 eviction filings? Our court system isn't designed to handle that. So how are we going to handle 700,000 people getting eviction notices?
Well, I generally think two things, but first let's put it in context. The moratorium on evictions that was in place under the original CARES Act didn't stop landlords from filing notices of evictions. It just stopped them from actually executing them. So at various stages, a landlord may be somewhere along in the process pending the final execution of the order. That's number one. So we don't know where the various cases are in the pipeline. But you're right. For those that were waiting, there's going to be a sudden crush. And with a nod towards the weather, think of it more as a tsunami. Now, what I'm more interested in, and you're right, I don't think the legal system can handle it. Not all at once, and nobody's expecting it. And people just can't fathom, because in addition to the evictions and the court processes, where the family's going to go. And I know, Kim, you've spoken about this, previously on prior shows. But I do want to add this additional wrinkle. As we are facing the two front storms that are about to hit the Gulf Coast within the next 24 to 48 hours, you have to wonder how those cities and those states are going to handle both all of these issues coming all at once. I mean, it really is the confluence of circumstances that just spells disaster.
Yeah, and I just see this to be a tremendous problem going forward, and we are now full up, Bill, just to let you know. Okay, so the thing is, because we have a special guest coming in, not only Shakeel Latimer, who's a billion-dollar hedge fund manager, but also new to the show is Ben Barichin. And Ben, can you tell us a little bit about yourself, who you are, where you're from, and what you do?
Hi, I'm Ben Banerjee. So I'm born in India, grew up in Holland, and I have been living the last 10 years in Switzerland. I'm in the board of a couple of organizations, mainly financial institutions like Swiss India Impact Investment Association, Climate Leadership Coalition, but also East-West Institute from United States. And and just a short background, I consider short stories that I was one of the few early ones who personally had insisted on Secretary of State Hillary to nominate herself for the presidential election. But that was a long, long time back.
Okay, so the thing is, so what do you do? Are you currently living in Switzerland then right now? Is that what you're doing?
Yes, I live in Switzerland and I lead a couple of major think tanks. I'm on the board of think tanks and financial institutions.
Okay, so what do think tanks do? I've heard about these think tanks. What do you actually do as a think tank? Do you sit around and think about stuff, or what do you think about? And what do you do? Now, Jim below, I'll introduce everybody shortly as soon as I find out what you do. What do you do as a think tank?
So SIA, that is the Swiss Impact Investment Association, we advise the governments and financial institutions on investing in impact investment. At Climate Leadership Coalition, we are the biggest business organization. So we have 60 owners of the major corporations, the biggest in Europe, who are thinking about, who are acting. We have done a lot of major projects on climate change related issues. And East-West Institute, you can Google us. We have worked, we are not only a think tank, we are sort of think and do tank. We have not only thought implications starting from Palestine, that's where East-West Institute was created, mainly first with the Palestine-Israel. Now we are busy, we have facilitated the reunification of Germany, to change of Soviet Union to Russia, to Iran nuclear agreement, to North Korea. So we are quite very much busy in many different countries with many different issues.
Okay, wow. And you live in Switzerland then, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Just to introduce our panel, we have Ankit Kandlawar from New Delhi, India. He lives there and has 1.3 billion Facebook followers. As you go further, we have Kim Calhoun, sits on the board of North Carolina State University here in Raleigh, Computer Science Board of Advisors. Down below, Willie Hill, who runs Startup Australia and Startup Europe, actually has about 20,000 followers. Alexander Starr from Russia, now with in Toronto, runs Investing with Sasha on Wednesday, and he's also a chess expert and runs Chess Stars on Saturday. Bill Trezevant, who is an attorney and also runs our American Politics show and our Washington Report out of the Tower of Power of Washington, D.C. Jim Eade below there is from Silicon Valley, otherwise known as the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley, with the Eade Foundation. And Shakeel Latimer is in Perth, Australia. Nope, Sydney, Australia. He's trapped there, mate. Another mate from Australia who runs I think he's a manager of $1 billion mutual fund or whatever they do in terms of investing over in whatever you do over there, some sort of money management, I guess, over there. So welcome to our board on Economics Monday. So since you are in a think tank, what do you think about this COVID-19 and why the stock market is so high? See, I have my own opinions. The stock market, at least in the United States, is running high, yet at the same time, we're sitting with potential huge tsunami of mortgage foreclosures, huge amount of airline failures. I mean, I see doom and gloom. The think tanks over in Europe think.
That's a very good question, because I was having this discussion for a couple of weeks with my friends in the Senate and the Congress, United States. This really proves my point that there is no link between, at this moment, the financial sector and the real economy. It has been completely been delinked. That's the issue, and that's not only issue with the United States, it's also the issue with Europe. So on one hand, you have massive unemployment.
Right.
What you yourself mentioned, the foreclosures and everything coming, but you don't see it reflected in the stock market.
Right.
And this is a very big bubble.
Yeah, big bubble waiting to explode. Shakeel, since you do this professionally, you're, I guess, a professional investor. How do you talk to clients about this? I see this to be like a false market, but what are you looking at, Shakeel?
I actually never talk to my clients, so I get off of that one.
By the way, that's good. I do understand that. So go on.
We have teams of people that look after the clients. But look, with other people in the industry and we've been looking at things. It's a difficult situation because in the US, obviously, you have an election coming up as well as having COVID, whereas we don't have that happening to us right now. And it's that question of, is the Fed involved here? Are they pumping so much money in and trying to keep things moving? Is that what's happening at the moment? The other thing that I think's probably a bit of a concern is that after the Great Recession, they were talking about the next big bubble being like the bailout bubble bursting. And it's kind of like, well, is that what's happening now? Or is it just that there's nowhere else around the world that's better right at the minute to put the money into, and that's where it's going? So I don't know how sustainable it's going to be at this level, but it's going to be interesting to watch. One of the things that is concerning me is that you still have 10-year note futures, for example, implying an interest rate at like record lows, and the Fed really does have to intervene to make sure that the US doesn't turn negative as they have in Europe. So that's going to be problematic. And again, it's hard to tell, but I don't think this is a great. I'm not sure I'd be wanting to just be buying and holding right now, because it's very unclear what's going to happen.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm looking at. I'm going when I look at this market, I just shake my head. I've never seen all this potential negative stuff out there yet. The market's running high. Alexander Starr, you run investments, our investment show on Wednesday. How are you able to still do investments under this climate of uncertainty? And looks like bad news as it's coming down the pike.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Yes, I've heard today actually very new sort of terminology of what kind of recovery there is in US. We all know L-shaped recovery, V-shaped recovery. Now there's something new, a K-shaped recovery. So when everything goes down, as it did a few months ago, and then tech stocks like NVIDIA, Microsoft, and others, they're doing the first leg of K up. And then the rest of the country and all those businesses, there are about 40% of businesses which were closed will never, ever reopen. So that leg is down, okay? So that's where we live in very interesting times. I don't know if there is an analogy with anything existing, but that's where we're living in the economy of probably no more than 10 stocks. I know 6 of them very well. It's, yes, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Google, Facebook, and others. And they, as I said before, they represent 6 stocks, 24% of S&P. So the other 494 stocks represent remaining 76%. Okay, that's type of economy. By the way, I'm well positioned on the upcoming downturn in the market. I've recommended in my show the terrific positions that can help you out. And unfortunately, that's what is going to happen, because they will prop up the market as a strategy, saving Private Donald until the election. And then there will be no more reasons to keep stock market high, because if Trump loses, then who needs the market? The market will drop probably 5, 10. And if the market is, they will prop up the market as a strategy, saving Private Donald until the election, and then.
It looks like everybody likes your program, Alexander. Okay, for those who are joining us, just remember, do not run our program behind.
What market is? They will prop up the market.
Somebody's running the program. Okay, you can't do that.
The election.
Okay, I think I know who the culprit is. Okay, let's go to Silicon Valley, because what Alexander Starr just said, Jim, is people like you are not affected by the downturn in the market in San Francisco. Apparently, Apple, Facebook, Microsoft a little further north of you, Google, the economy is still booming for you 1%ers out there that sell 1 million books. But for the rest of us, it looks like hellfire and damnation's about to strike. But just for dummies. So how's it going out in San Francisco?
I can't believe it. He finally got it in Australia. There is something to, there's more than just something to what Sasha is telling us. The concentration of wealth in a few giant companies that are getting increasingly bigger is not necessarily a good thing. So these companies are doing well, and the people that work for them are doing well, but they don't represent the economy. The Dow does not represent the economy, if it ever did. But it's no longer a gauge of what's going on in people's lives. Right now, the vast majority of people are suffering. They're experiencing pain and suffering. And these people that are connected with these few companies that are of gigantic sizes are doing just fine. And the people that aren't are having a miserable time of it. There's a lot of pain and misery out in the United States right now.
Yeah,
Jim, a question to you. Why are people suffering?
People are losing their jobs. People are watching their parents die. People are suffering for a wide variety of reasons. The economy, for most Americans, is horrible. The people that try to do the hard work, the labor, have to expose themselves to the virus and are at greater risk of acquiring it and bringing it back into their families. People who cannot social distance are more exposed and they suffer. So there's a lot of reasons why the lower percentage of people with the income disparity is so great that these people at the lower ends are suffering much greater. And the 1%ers are fat, dumb, and happy.
Yeah, it's good to be a 1%er. I totally agree. Now that we all agreed to that one. Yes, Shakeel.
Sorry, I'll just say as well, just with the comment that Jim makes quite often, that the economy is not just the Dow or the S&P 500 and that sort of thing, and it's absolutely correct. I wonder about the sort of balancing act though, because the United States is very reliant as well on international investment money going into the country and going to the economy overall. And international investors are obviously only looking at the S&P 500, the Dow, and that sort of stuff. So I wonder whether perhaps the Fed or the powers to be might be trying to make sure that money internationally keeps coming in, because obviously, a person who's living in Switzerland doesn't really care what the lifestyle of the everyday American is. The everyday British person doesn't really care. They care more about what's going on in Britain than they do about what's happening in America. So there is kind of a balancing act that has to happen as well. And as I said, I think it's tough, not just for America. I think it's tough for every country to get this right at the moment.
You're absolutely right, Shakeel. And there, like you said earlier, there may be no better place to park your money than in the American stock market.
Yes, we are the world's largest economy. We have
our fixed income opportunities are not paying enough to keep up pace with inflation. So where are you going to put your money? Under your mattress, like Sasha?
Right.
Or
And I have two more guests who've just joined us. I'm going to do quick introductions. Alexander Starr, who's off to my, I guess, right, is from Toronto, Canada. He runs Investing with Sasha on our show on Wednesday. He's lives in Toronto from Russia, so he gives us our Russian perspective. Willie Hill is beaming in from Melbourne, Australia, who runs startups in Australia, about 10,000 followers and 10,000 followers in startups in Europe. Shakeel Latimer is a professional money manager, manages about $1 billion or maybe $2 billion in assets from Perth, Australia, and also beams around Europe as well. Ben Bargine is from Switzerland, so we got our Swiss perspective. Runs think tanks in Switzerland and advises governments and high-profile individuals out of Switzerland. Jim Eade, who talks a lot, is from the Eade Foundation in the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley, so we get our Silicon perspective. Bill Trezevant is an attorney, also runs our Washington Reports every day and American Politics. He's an attorney out of Washington, D.C. Peter Bennett has just joined, a good friend of mine who's an individual investor in Greenwich, Connecticut, who I'm going to address the next question to as soon as I give my last introduction. Blake Christian, who's in Park City, Utah, who's a managing partner of HCVT, which is one of the largest CPA firms in the state of California, and frankly, one of the largest CPA firms in the United States. He's a partner there. He tries to keep everybody in line. But Peter, since you do a lot of individual investing in Greenwich, Connecticut, which we know is the power play of investing, you've been doing a long time. How do you see this economy with the stock market being so high and all these underlying disasters? What do you do to invest?
Well, I guess there's a few points. I had said, luckily, by everything's luck in the market to a point, but I'd said that I thought the market might continue to go up a number of episodes ago. But I guess there's a few points. One, I think the coronavirus is accelerating trends, even beyond economic trends throughout the country. And so investing, it's very important to think where you would have gone in 10 years. And so number one, I guess, point would be, there's a good chance that I always felt interest rates would drop towards zero eventually because of demographics, because of robotics, because of a couple of other trends. And the fact that we're in the information age to begin with. So I thought that would be one trend that, you have to think about. And so then I guess number 2 point is diversification, especially in this market, is always the free ticket. They said on Wall Street, diversification is the only free ticket. So to get to more specifics, I guess, it's hard to lock in fixed income now, which I did do months ago when I saw the coronavirus coming, because I always thought that would be a good place to be. So, but it's right now you get like 1% in a treasury, 1% in a muni, and it's even hard to get some of the munis that I bought, basically North Carolina and all the good states like where you are, and the good states are kind of hard to even find, but if you can find a really solid state, and there's a lot of states I'd avoid, but a good state muni is one place to put money. So you could go like a North Carolina bond. We have to study those a little bit too to know what the good states are. Another place, just for diversification, is I'm about 3% gold now, because
really?
Well, I was 2.5, now I'm 3.
That one, because Sasha moved to gold and been advocating that for quite some time. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So I mean, you have to have a little insurance in this market because, again, where was the economy going to be in 10 or 20 years? On one side, you've got all these demographic factors and other factors that are saying it's going to be really low interest rates. Then we get to national debt and other debt too, which just take a step back. All the corporate debt on the books also tends to bring the rates down and cause economic problems. But then you look at the U.S. debt, which is off the books, which is unbelievably large. I've heard that the amount of debt on the U.S. off the books, in other words, they're really not using GAAP accounting, is more than all the real estate bonds and stocks that are privately held in the United States. So that is that's a lot of debt. So then you say, well, maybe it'll go the other way and we'll get a Zimbabwe type case. So I like 3% gold, but sometimes I think I should have been 5 or 10, but I don't need it's just a hedge. I like some real assets, but it's very hard right now with the coronavirus to find like REITs and things like that. The one place I'd say that's very interesting to me that I've been getting more and more into in the last 2 months or so, particularly, is consumer staples. Because I feel like if we're really heading for 1%, those 2% dividend stocks that are solid and most of them will grow is a good place to be, because then you'll get a decent return and some dividend income. On the other side, if we get inflation, those companies will do okay, most likely, in a scenario where we have high inflation or even stagflation, because they can adjust their prices. So I think it won't be a boom play, but those are the companies, companies like Procter & Gamble, Reynolds, by the way, which I just put a tiny bit in. I just divided. I have about 35 of them, tiny little pieces, and altogether it's a small part of my portfolio, maybe 6%, but it's where I've been going because I think it's a nice hedge against either direction.
Right. And if you are successful, you run into a tax issue, which I always discover and my clients discover. And there's this thing out there called opportunity zones. I call it the wonderful world of Oz, which Blake works in. Tell us a little bit about, Blake, this opportunity zones that are out there for people that invest, I guess, in the United States. What's the Oz?
Right. So this program came in as part of the 2017 Tax Act. It was really the architecture of the program was performed under the Obama administration, but it ultimately passed under the Trump administration. So people can either invest into an opportunity zone fund or set up their own opportunity zone fund, which most of my clients do. And so you can take short-term capital gains or long-term capital gains, roll them into your own opportunity zone fund, and that gain will get deferred until December 31st, 2026. Now you are gambling a little bit on what the capital gain rate will be in 2026, but I'm actually working on some legislation that would lock those rates in at current rates, just in case, say, Biden or AOC is president in 2026, and you end up deferring into a higher tax rate. So that's the first big benefit is that deferral. On top of that, after holding your fund for at least 5 years, you get a 10% bump in your basis. So you're really only picking up 90% of the gain in 2026. And then finally, if you hold the investment for a full 10 years, which is the objective of the program, your post reinvestment appreciation is tax exempt for federal and for all but 4 states, California being one of them that doesn't adopt the program. Now, the trick is there's 8,700 opportunity zone census tracts throughout the country, as well as Puerto Rico, and most territories are fully tax exempt under the program. But so you do have to invest in economically challenged neighborhoods, but they're not all terrible neighborhoods, and so you can be saving taxes while doing good, but it is a long-term investment. In the interim, because we have a lot of investment people on the program here, you can still tuck a investment portfolio in there while you're deciding what to do with these funds, because it's you have up to 5 years to figure out what you're going to invest in.
Right. So on opportunity zones, a way that somebody can actually defer or potentially eliminate their capital gains tax in the United States. Would that be correct, Blake? Is that what they're looking at?
Right. It has to be a U.S. tax-paying person to participate. And you can invest in either real estate or you can invest in operating businesses. We've set up about 60 of these for our clients. Probably about 30% are investing into active businesses, and you can also tuck qualified small business stock structure in there, so you could actually exit in 5 years rather than 10. So they're extremely flexible. In my 40 years, this is the best tax program I've ever seen from a diversification and flexibility standpoint.
Are you seeing a lot of people that are faced with capital gains taxes moving into, do they actually create their own opportunity zone fund? Is that what they do?
Right. Again, 95% of my opportunity zone consulting is setting up these for private offices, wealthy families. A handful, I'm reviewing people's investments that are coming to me. The problem with what I call the public funds is they're chock full of fees. They have carried interest. They've got fairly high annual fees, and you pretty much have to, you're only going to make money after about paying 25% in cumulative fees or more.
Yeah. Can a person who is investing outside the United States create their own corporation inside the United States and then invest and create an opportunity zone fund?
Like again, they would have to have a U.S. sourced capital gain. So if you're a foreign individual and you're investing in the stock market here, if you invest in a corporation here, normally the gain on that would not be U.S. sourced. But the typical situation is, let's say a Chinese national invests in U.S. real estate directly. They're going to have a reportable gain, and that would be rolled over. And we do have some of our foreign clients actually doing some things to trigger a gain because they want money over here in the U.S. and it's ultimately going to be tax exempt on the appreciation. So occasionally they will. It's counterintuitive, but they'll actually try and generate a U.S. source gain.
Yeah, I would say that's counterintuitive, but it certainly seems to me to have a lot of applications. Now, if they don't do this, what are they looking at in terms of capital gains rates in the United States? What are they faced with?
Right now, most of our higher end clients have a 23.8%. That's the 20% maximum long-term capital gain rate, and then you add the 3.8% Obamacare tax. And Joe Biden is proposing to not have a favorable rate for anybody that has more than $1 million of taxable income. So that is one planning issue. We do, as I mentioned, I am working on some legislation, and there's others that are working on legislation that would lock in the rates at the current level, because you don't want to be deferring into a higher tax rate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it looks to me also that California is looking to bump up their state income tax rate. What's going on in California? Talk to me about what's going on in California.
More craziness. That's why I'm speaking to you from Park City, Utah. I left about 6 years ago, and so they're looking at I believe it's a 16.3 or 16.5 maximum rate, up from the 13.3 for people making more than $1 million today. So they are trying to drive more people to other states, apparently. And then the most recent thing is a wealth tax, as well as a tax system that would chase you down for the 10 years after you leave, with a 90%, 80%, 70% California sourced income computation on certain parts of your income. So crazy.
Yeah, it just doesn't sound very favorable. I met my first client last week that had $1 million plus income in California, and he's actually picking up his whole company and moving to Austin, Texas. I'm never, he has a $1 million plus income. For some reason during this economic downturn, Blake, I've been getting client after client after client that have $1 million incomes. And the ones from California are leaving California. Yep. So yes, Shakeel.
Sorry, if I can just ask a question. One of the questions, the first question, to ask straight away, but it seems to me that what we've heard here is it's going to be a retrospective tax as well. Can they do that? Is that legal? But the other question I'll just actually ask you more so, Blake, is in relation to wealth taxes. I mean, something that's been sort of talked about in other countries as well. And it seems on its surface to be a reasonably good idea. The only couple of things that, when I first heard about it, I said, yeah, but if interest rates are low and inflation's relatively low, the people who are wealthy may not be actually earning enough to pay like a 2% wealth tax, for example. But the question that I would actually have is, how would you apply that anyway? Because a lot of people have privately owned business interests that may also be located outside of the US as well. How would you go about valuing somebody's wealth in the first place in order to determine how much to charge them?
Right. Well,
as a CPA, what are you doing?
The legislators seldom, think through those types of things. But yeah, there's some real practical issues of do you have to get an independent valuation each year? How is your balance sheet going to be valued? And that's it's always the devil in the details problem. But in today's environment with social equity, there's a lot of momentum to look into these types of wealth tax, and they're asking for a lot of times a 1-2% kind of thing, which to the public doesn't sound like a big deal, but like you said, a lot of people have liquidity issues. It's all tied up in private companies, and they're just plowing all their cash back into a growing company. They don't have the cash to pay some of this.
Yeah.
And go
on, Shakeel.
One of the issues that we've had in Australia is probably not really as relevant, but most people in Australia are entitled to the pension unless they have earned more than a certain amount of money during their life. And one of the things that they have is what they call the deeming rate. And what that basically is, the government just fictitiously comes up with a percentage that they think these people are going to earn each year, say 3%. And that percentage is then used as their income, off which their pension is determined. And in the current environment, as it has been for a number of years now, they're not earning 3%, they're not earning 2%. And so a lot of people are actually having their pensions reduced on income that they're not actually making. And I'll be very worried about a wealth tax working like that. In Switzerland, for example, they have lump sum taxation, which is based on your lifestyle and what you're likely to be earning based on the lifestyle that you have. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The wealth tax could it create some problems, Blake? I see it, especially on Silicon Valley. And Jim, who just left us when he heard about a wealth tax, I think he's leaving California, packing his bags as we speak. Quite a question though I have, especially in what I call hard to value assets. How are you going to put valuations on some of these unicorns and startups that, to me, the valuations are could be from 0 to huge numbers? How are they going to do this?
Yeah, under the Opportunity Zone program, there is semi-annual testing, and as long as you don't have an audited financial statement, they just look at your cost basis in private companies and even real estate projects. They just look at your tax basis, what you paid for it. I would think that until it went public, that would probably be the easier way to administer it, or if there was a secondary offering and you could revalue it at that point, but otherwise it should just be at your carrying value.
Mm-hmm. Ben, since you're in Switzerland, do you see a lot of people moving over to Switzerland? The U.S. people taking off and going over to your neck of the woods? Beautiful country. I would imagine a good reason to go live there.
Yes, that is very true. But I think this whole discussion here, because I was speaking about a couple of months back in the International Banking Forum here, where 400 of the major banks were here. The whole discussion here is far, far from reality. I'm sorry. I advise the sovereign funds and European investment banks and a couple of faith invests. We are talking about something, to go back to the facts. Somebody mentioned that the bond value has been quite impacted. We are here having negative interest rates on a lot of bonds, structured products and everything. Why are we even discussing this 1%, 2%? We from our sides, we are doing investments where for years after years, our return on investment has been 10, 15% plus. Sometimes it's 7 or 8% because we do not. I certainly do not advise the sovereign funds or the faith invests whom we are investing for to invest in bonds. Look into the equity, look into the emerging markets, look into the alternative energy market. These funds are doing so much better, and they are not even from COVID. It seems that people haven't understood the value. We have lost a massive part of our GDP worldwide thanks to the COVID. We are still talking about bonds and equities. I mean, this is completely far from reality.
Peter, you can defend your position. Peter,
I have, I guess, 2 points. One, the wealth tax will not be a good idea for the obvious reason that you tax what you don't want. In other words, whatever you tax, you get less of. So they'll be taxing wealth. That's philosophically. But if I was going to implement it, I'm reluctant to even mention this, I guess I would do it with a real estate tax, because you're going to hit wealth that way, one way or the other. People have to live somewhere. So either you hit people's houses, maybe with a federal real estate tax, or you would, and if somebody says, oh, I won't own the real estate, then they're going to be renting somewhere and the landlord will pass it to them. So everybody in the United States would pay a wealth tax through a real estate tax, but I don't think it's a good idea at all. I think, that would be a bad idea.
Well, that actually, I'm trying to think back to, university days. Didn't they used to at one point have a window tax in the UK? This is like hundreds of years ago or something, because the idea was the wealthy people to have more windows. And so everyone boarded up their windows or something. They built all these houses without windows to avoid paying the window tax. I'm sure I read that somewhere when I was still studying. But just back to you, Ben, if you don't mind me just saying something. In relation to bonds and equities, I think some of the reasons for that is, of course, there's derivatives trading that can go on like I do. So there is opportunities there. And just because interest rates are negative in Europe doesn't mean it's not great trading opportunities, with bonds. But also a lot of fund managers and pension funds and all that are mandated. They have to be in highly liquid, so-called safe assets. And they can't necessarily go into something like EM, emerging markets, investments, or green energy investments, all those sorts of things. I think that's why there's so much focus placed on that part of the market, as opposed to some of the things that you've mentioned.
Yeah, and the thing is, this negative interest rates always boggled my mind. Why would somebody put money into a bank, and then, other than service charges, which some of them do, why would someone do that when there's opportunities been abroad? At least I know in mine, because we manage pension funds, but my company I work with, we manage pension funds. We always get positive interest rates over a year. So why would you invest in Switzerland and have negative interest rates? It doesn't seem to make any sense.
Exactly, that's the point. That's what exactly I'm also saying.
Okay,
why do we invest in negative interest rates? Switzerland, Germany is the same. Maybe because of security, people have a perception that investment in Switzerland or Germany is more secure, but that's a perception. Especially when you have, especially when we focus mainly on impact investment. That's investing in social and environmental projects, where you have a massive positive interest rate. So that makes no sense to invest in bonds, and especially when you have countries in Europe like Italy or all that, where the bonds are even more, the risk is far higher than the perception.
Right. So, yeah. And the thing is, we're actually going to be doing a program on global sustainability in the end of September. And also we have a program called World Peace Day, I think coming up on September 18th or September 21st. But when you're talking about socially responsible investing, what do you even mean by that?
Socially responsible is when we are, for example, financial inclusion. We are investing a lot in fintech, which is making a huge impact in Africa, Asia, but even in Europe and in the Nordics. Also, you have investments on the fuel, the energy development in Finland, which are doing amazing. We also have funds available which are investing mainly in green tech, and which is also socially responsible investments. And they're all performing far better than the market.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Peter, when you do your individual investing in Greenwich, Connecticut, and you go through your investment portfolio and you check all your boxes, is social responsible investing any part of the boxes that you're looking at?
Actually, not at all. I don't invest in cigarette companies, but that's just my own thing. But pretty much, first of all, I don't think there's much effect to it, because if you don't buy a stock that is doing something that you don't like, somebody else will. The price of the stock will ultimately go to the same place anyway. And so I think the general function of companies and individuals who want to make money is to just invest in good companies.
Yeah, Sasha, when you do individual investing, since you run our investment show, is one of your boxes that you check, is this socially responsible corporation?
The main box that I check is the direction of the security, say a stock, which way it will go. And stock, as you know, goes in a direction of the least resistance. So if, according to this theory, if a socially responsible company and its stock should move in a direction of the least resistance, and it could be so, maybe, but I don't believe that people will start selling stock and therefore drive its price down because this company is not socially responsible or so on. And in fact, most of these companies that I mentioned before, whether it's Apple and NVIDIA, Facebook and others, I don't know whether they have to do anything with this issue. So I have no information on that.
Yeah, Shakeel, since you professionally manage billions of dollars, is one of your boxes your guys look at socially responsible investing?
Not at all. With two caveats. If I'm dealing with investors who are from the Middle East and I've got Middle Eastern sort of based funds, then we will try and stay away from things that they consider not to be Sharia compliant. I'm not in that position at the moment. Look, sometimes you hear about certain companies trying to run something in a socially responsible way, and you sort of sit there and go, well, what are they focusing on? Are they focusing on their product and adding value to their company, or are they worried about social issues? Because companies shouldn't be, in my opinion, too worried about that. So that's not something that I really look at. Interestingly, and I haven't looked at this for years, but there used to be a thing called the Sin Index. And these were tobacco companies, casinos, alcohol, like all the stuff that's bad for you, right? And it pretty much, I haven't looked at it for ages, so it's probably different now, but all those things that are bad actually outperform the market as a general rule. And that's kind of the thing. I don't know if you guys have heard of that, but yeah, that's kind of, they do well, incomes are stable, that sort of thing.
Yeah. I just want to add, I think people are confusing between socially sustainable investment and impact investment, because impact investment is investing into the 17 SDGs of the UN. And this is a complete different item than socially responsible. And this has been performing quite extremely well. And what you have to also consider, because we invest in the amount, the impact investment has already crossed 800 billion this year. What we have to consider also in normal investment is the risk and liabilities that has gone up so significantly strong that if a company does not pay attention to its impact, the consequences has been quite bad till now.
Yes, and Blake, what about the Oz programs? Are they socially responsible investing when somebody does an Oz transaction?
They kind of front ran the whole social equity component, and in fact, again, one of the pieces of legislation I'm working on would expand the Opportunity Zone census tracts by 20% and focus on the neighborhoods that have high minority populations, and a lot of those are already included in the 8,700 current census tracts. But there's a lot. Actually, Tim Scott, who was the co-author of the program, as well as Joe Biden, are very focused at the moment on increasing transparency and adding more of the social impact, not just on the community itself, but the actual residents that live there. And so I think we're going to see some refinements to the program in the coming couple of months. I think we're going to see, probably even before year end, we'll see some changes to focus more on social equity.
Yeah, is your legislation, is it national in Washington D.C. or is it local in California?
This is I'm working with a congressman in Provo, Utah, Curtis, and he's got a bill so it'll be a federal bill. It's gone through Ways and Means, and but it's tough to get legislation through this dysfunctional Congress at the moment.
Oh, okay. So they all just don't agree. Bill, can we provide any help to Blake over in the DC area? Can you get those people more functioning over there? Oh, you need to turn your speaker on. We can't hear you. Try again.
I was going to say, we'll know after November 3rd, but it's going to be a rocky road until then. However, Blake, I had a separate question, because it occurs to me that the expansion of the census tracts are going to be, well, it depends on this year's census. It's going to take, I think, about 12 months for them to redo the census tracts in order to identify the changes in the populations. How does that affect the way you're thinking about the expansion?
That's an excellent point, Bill. And there's a lot of debate going on right now. I've been on calls with Treasury, and Treasury is not quite sure how the 2020 census results are actually going to impact the program, and they may very well just lock in the census tracks that we have now and not change them, because there's a lot of disruption. Somebody's already made an investment into a census tract, and all of a sudden it loses its classification. What a mess that is. So I think the person in charge of the program in Treasury was leaning more towards possibly just locking in the current census data, and the 20% that would be added would be based on that census rather than the 2020, which you said, and because of COVID, people have been very non-responsive to the census. And in fact, somebody showed up at my door on Friday to get the results, because I had not entered it on the on the web. And it only took 5 minutes in case they do show up at your door. I had heard from other people it takes 20, but it was pretty quick.
Yep. Yeah, and we're just past the hour, and I just want to do some quick introductions for people that just joined us on IBM TV. We have Alexander Starr, who's from Toronto, formerly in Russia, but now lives in Toronto, runs our Wednesday at 1 o'clock Investment with Sasha show. Willie Hill from Melbourne, Australia. Good day, mate. Actually, it's good evening, mate, over there, because it's past midnight. He runs Startup Australia for the startup community and also Startup Europe. Bill Trezevant out of Washington, D.C., who's also an attorney and runs our American Politics and our Daily Washington Report. Shakeel Latimer, who manages $1 billion fund out of Australia and I guess around the world, or does several of them, manages professionally lots of money. Ben Bargine, who actually is from Switzerland, who actually advises people that have family offices and wealth around the world. And then we have Peter Bennett, who is a good friend of mine, also an attorney out of Greenwich, Connecticut, who is an MBA JD attorney who also does individual investing. Blake Christian, who's a CPA, who's a manager managing tax partner with HCVT, one of the largest CPA firms in the United States and one of the largest CPA firms in the state of California. Someday they may be leaving California after hearing all the news out of that place. And then Sharif, who is a PhD scholar out of Malaysia, who runs Sharif's economics show. And Sharif, what are you seeing over in Malaysia? We were discussing the gloom and doom of negative interest rates overseas. Ben was saying that's in Switzerland, where Peter locks himself into high interest rates over here in the United States. What are you looking up in Malaysia?
In Malaysia, if you observe the recent economical impact and other things, yes, Malaysia has some negative impact. I think that 70% of their economy goes down. This is one of the issues. But on the other hand, I want to say that with the help of Islamic finance, and definitely Malaysia always gets some good investment from around the world, especially last couple of years. I saw that when the Mahathir Mohamad come and a new government come, also they get very good investment from Japan and other countries. Yes, I think they have a very good economy, and they have a very stable economy, and interest rate of their loan and other things. I want to say this is very good. I have to go for many long discussions. I do not want to go, but overall, what I observed that Malaysian economy is stable, and they do have in Bank Negara, Central Bank of Malaysia, they have very good reserve. Last week I saw $104 billion. So I want to say in the pandemic situations, hopefully next quarter they will try to overcome from this situation.
Okay, I just want to do some corrections here that the billion-dollar funds that Shakeel runs is actually out of Singapore and Liechtenstein, not Australia. So just want to make a correction on that. And also I want to make a correction that Ben Varjeen advises sovereign funds, major banks, and Faith Invest. Okay, so the thing is they just do these different types, but they're what I would call professional investment managers. And of course, we have our individual investment managers, Alexander Starr and Peter Bennett. I was wondering how the individuals would compete against the professionals, because are you, see, Alexander and Peter are not restricted in their investing. Shakeel, are you restricted when you go out and do your investing? I mean, do you have restrictions on what you can do?
Look, I've got a lot of leeway because my funds are global macro, which what that means is I can go anywhere in the world, invest in almost anything, but I'm also an absolute return fund, which means that the expectation is I'm supposed to make a profit regardless of what's going on. So I could not go back to my investors today and say, look, COVID happened, nobody was expecting it, I've given you a really bad result, and we're down 10%. I'd get in a bit of trouble if I did that. However, I do have leeway. Where I can't do things, I couldn't, for example, ring Blake and say I'm going to invest, $500 million into an ozone project, because that's not a listed thing. So I really have to be on market. That's sort of the main restriction. It has to be on market stuff. And there has to be liquidity. So if I was to invest in something that didn't have an awful lot of liquidity in it, my risk guys are going to be, having a go at me and saying, why do you have so much money allocated to something that's not particularly liquid?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Ben, are you restricted in your investing or your advice that you give to the sovereign funds? Do you have restrictions on what you can advise them to do?
No, I don't. But we have our own very focused niche. We advise mainly on impact investment. So that means how to divert in investments in environmental projects and social projects. So that's a very, very clear cut from our side.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and Peter, are you restricted on your investing decisions?
No, I'm not restricted at all. But I guess I would raise a point that they're saying they're either are or aren't restricted, but I'm wondering about MLPs, master limited partnerships, because a lot of funds and larger players tend to stay away from them. So there are niche opportunities in that market.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. So there are some.
I think the kind of funds that do that. There are funds that will look at things like that, or funds like we have a private equity thing that's separate to my main fund, or my main funds, that could look at something. I'm not big enough for this, but let's say Bloomberg decided to sell the Bloomberg LP. There are private equity companies that might come in and buy that and then hold it for a bit and then try and do an IPO or something along those lines. But generally speaking, like for me personally, that's not the type of thing that I do, and I don't specialize in that either. I mean, interest rates is really the thing that I do. Interest rate derivatives is what I love doing. So, or what I'm good at. I won't say I love it. I'm good at it.
Yeah, it's an interesting niche, and a lot of the big players stay away from it because of the K1s that are involved, and so and a lot of bigger investments don't value the cash flow either. So there are, again, limited opportunities, and a lot of funds just won't. They're not legally restricted, but they won't touch them.
Yeah. So, yes, and Sharif, over in your neck of the woods, there was a 1MBD fund by this guy, Joe Lowe, or whatever his name was. Whatever happened to that? Was a Malaysian sovereign fund. Did that hit the press over there? Since it's died down over here, but I'm wondering if it hit the press over there. The $1 billion whale.
Yes, basically this is very big issues. I'm not the right person to ask me this kind of question, but hopefully you can watch my show. In that show I will bring some politician, so you can ask them this question.
Oh, okay, all right. So you just a pass
from Malaysia. I will bring some Malaysian politician.
Yeah. But by the way, for those who are not familiar with it, the book is called $1 Billion Whale. You should read it. It's recommended by Bill Gates, and it's about a guy named Lowe who, over in Malaysia, actually accumulated, I think, 3.9 billion with Goldman Sachs. But what he did, which is quite interesting, he took 1 billion of it and moved it off to a bearer share company in the Seychelles or whatever, an offshore fund, and used it as his own piggy bank. And the thing is, right, all the regulators just ignored that. It was kind of a funny little thing. In other words, like, I'm dealing with billions of sovereign funds. Let me move $1 billion over here that should be with Saudi Petro. Instead, I'm the bearer share owner of it. And bearer shares can be quite dangerous. I mean, because the ownership is. Pardon?
You don't want to lose one.
No, you don't want to lose the bearer shares, right? Yeah, and in Costa Rica, they used to have the Sociedad Anónima, which was their bearer share companies. A lot of them have been eliminated, but apparently there's still some countries that have bearer share corporations. Yeah. And the latest thing that I've seen out that appears to be like bearer shares, Bitcoin. Okay, not that I want to throw the elephant out there. What are your thoughts, Ben, on Bitcoin?
I've spoken a lot on this topic. I'm quite. It's a very, very good development on a long term. It will take some time to balance it out. At this moment, it's hyperinflated, and like how the United States dollar started, maybe Bitcoin will be there, maybe it won't be there after a few years, but the cryptocurrency is here to stay. You can't push it out. One of my friends, Joseph Stiglitz, he has a very different opinion on that. But I think it's here to stay, and it has too many positive assets and positive values, especially because it's going outside of the central bank regulations, which makes it free. But on the other hand, I do believe in regulated, because I have been advising the Liechtenstein government and a couple of other governments on their policies on this topic.
Yeah.
It has to be regulated.
Manufactured poker chips. Shakeel, what do you think about the manufactured poker chips? Excuse me, Bitcoin.
Not a fan. Not a fan. Never have been a fan. Then again, I could have bought them when they're like 20 cents, and if I put 10 grand into them, I might feel differently. Look, I think from my perspective, I'd really have to defer back to something that was written in the last annual report from the Bank for International Settlements, which is, what problem are they solving exactly? I don't get it. I mean, look, I'm not a tech guy anyway, but I don't really see the point. And the thing is that when I go and see, some of the lectures from people, they'll say things like, well, look how much the US dollar has devalued, or the Australian dollar, whatever it is. And they say that like it's truthful. It is. Yes, it's devalued. You've looked at it from the beginning of time. So this is therefore a better option. Like just because you know something, that's just a sales technique. It's a sales gimmick, right? You say something that everyone's going to agree with, and then the next thing you say, the correlation is that, okay, the next thing you say must also be truthful. What problem are they solving? It just doesn't. It doesn't make any sense to me. And we've seen a lot of fraud with other cryptos. So
I think they're escaping taxes, but that's my own personal opinion.
No, that's not true. That's really not true, because I know from facts and figures that one of the things people thought that terrorism financing will go via it, but it turned out it's completely wrong. It doesn't.
Oh, okay.
The control on Bitcoin is, in fact, is far more than on real. If you really want to save taxes, you put it in a bag full of dollars and take it under your bed. With Bitcoin, you can't.
Okay.
It will be followed.
Blake,
I just wanted to say to what Shakeel said, there are two problems which I see which it solves. One is the financial inclusion, because nearly 70% plus population of the world still do not have access to banking. If you go to Africa and somewhere in villages and all that, they are using smartphones to make payments. They are using smartphones to do things. And for that, they didn't have it before the cryptocurrencies came. That's one. And secondly, what issues we see in the European Union, for example, the control of the central bank has been taken over very much. It has, instead of an economical, technocratically controlled institution, it has become a political institution. And in that case, a lot of people are moving over their savings or assets to crypto. And that is the two positive sides I find of the cryptocurrency. But the first one, the financial inclusion, is the biggest one, which normal finance cannot solve yet.
Let me just deal with that, though. The second point, I won't address the first one because that's a much longer discussion. But the second thing you just said there, look, yeah, you're right. But then, and I'm not normally one to stand up and say we need government regulation, but either if that's the feeling, then let's get rid of all central banks and just throw the money supply into the open market. Otherwise, I don't see the sense in this. We're going to allow certain companies, Bitcoin so far, as far as I'm aware, this hasn't happened with them, but some other cryptos have had massive amounts of fraud occur. What exactly is this? Where exactly is the sense in allowing private organizations have control of the money supply, right, but not let the open market do it? If that argument holds up true, let the open market do it.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, you're completely correct in that way, but it is a new market. It's absolutely a new market. Maybe 0.1 or 1% of this will stay.
Yeah, and Blake, have you run into Bitcoin in your practice in California and Utah?
Absolutely. A business friend of mine, the blockchain is more what I like, but and I was very negative, for the past several years on crypto, but I do feel it has a place long term. The one thing I like is, again, just with the international, business, structure. The thing that's always bothered me is, the foreign exchange hit that you have every time money changes country, and for the most part, crypto, mitigates that. Also, going back to the Oz program, I've had a lot of clients that have short-term or long-term crypto gains, and those qualify. So that's nice, but there's definitely it's here to stay. There's some efficiencies. One final example, which I think is a great example, that I had a client that had sold a business. The way they made money is they would have people in the Philippines or other poorer countries. They'd pay them like 5 cents to watch video of the bibs on a marathon and match those up with the people. And to pay that person, $3 or something for their effort for the day, you can't wire the money, but you could do it they can slice Bitcoin down into, 1 millionth of the value and roll that money to them electronically. So from a poorer country standpoint, having a valid, business, economic transfers, it's very efficient. So I've turned into a fan over time.
Okay, so it has efficiencies that could be used. What do you think about Bitcoin, Mr. Bennett, Peter?
A couple things. One, I'd sooner invest in tulips in Holland. That didn't work out the first time. I think they're a huge risk because, first of all, the governments are losing control of the money supply. And not to mention any other black risk, market risks or whatever of people creating money, but maybe that could be handled. But if I'm a government, I'm saying, why am I allowing people to create money, basically? So, and there are easy solutions to get around it, and probably they'll be implemented someday. One, a government could issue functional Bitcoins. In other words, a government could say, okay, I'm creating Bitcoins that are dollar pegged. Now you don't have to deal with the Bitcoin. You have something to do, or another country's, or a basket of currencies, or even a basket. By the way, you could peg a Bitcoin to a basket of commodities, like either gold, or maybe the best would be, throw a lot of things in there, oil and everything. So, and then the governments could eliminate the whole Bitcoin market, which is exactly what I would do if I was running a government.
Yeah, get rid of Bitcoin. Jim, over in the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley, have you had to deal with that issue when people buy your Chess for Dummies book?
No, it's my foundation. I help start up chess programs in Africa, and I wanted to ask Ben, in particular, your first point. Do you know the application SendWave?
No.
Okay, it's an application, and I'm a user, not an investor in it. But I use it to send money to Africa. And I'll give you an example. A Ugandan country that is a startup chess program that I've been sponsoring. I send equipment to them from China, but when it gets to Uganda, they also charge them to pick the equipment up. So they value it and assign a tax to it, and they have to pay it. And so this person has no money. So I use SendWave to send them money. I don't need Bitcoin, so I don't understand why this if as long as you have a phone, I can get you money.
Yeah. I agree to this. It's just a matter of giving it a valuation and asset. I think now somebody mentioned about basing it on assets, and that makes complete sense. So you do have the security coins, the security cryptocurrencies, which have a kind of asset base on it. Either it is linked to a currency, a fiat currency, or linked to some kind of assets, and there it makes absolute sense.
Yeah, and SendWave does the currency conversion. So I send them in dollars. They translate it into Uganda money. So, it's been a lifesaver for me and them.
The only functional thing that I think it has some purposes is for video games, because apparently the kids love to use the Bitcoins. And but again, you could easily create baskets of currencies or commodity-based Bitcoin and get rid of the whole market.
It started from there. It started from the gaming world.
Yes.
You're kidding me.
No, it is.
I didn't know that.
To a basket of commodities or gold or silver or whatever else, right? I mean, we all had, in most countries of the world, had gold-based currency, and we got rid of that for a reason. So what are we doing? We're going backwards now? We're going to link it? Because here's the problem with that. If that is a more stable alternative to fiat currency, what you're then going to have happen is that, let's say you linked it just to gold. Gold is going to have to inflate at the same rate as the dollar. Otherwise, relatively speaking, you've lost money. It's all you're doing is holding another asset. And if you're going to link it to gold, link it to something else. I mean, I just don't really see the point of it. The other thing is that, again, going back to the money supply issue, you'd be better off, and this will never happen, but you'd be better off allowing all the open market to actually determine M2 and M3 money supply if that's what you're trying to achieve. Because at the moment, the banks do it, not the Fed. The banks generally are the ones that are creating it. Now we're seeing private enterprise doing it to some degree. What are we talking about here? There's no solution that's being really addressed here at money supply levels that cryptos are actually solving.
One of the things I can add it is when how do you call that in English? When people make over money to their home country, like Philippines.
Yeah.
How do you say that?
Repatriate money.
Yeah. That is one of the biggest source of income for a lot of countries. And if you use organizations like this, I forgot the names. There are a couple of them here. They charge 20 to 30%. So if somebody working from Philippines or something is making all the money, it takes sometimes days, and they lose 20-30% of the valuation. When they do it with cryptocurrency, it is instantaneous, and apparently they don't lose. It costs them less than 1% compared to the 30% which is being charged by the organizations and the financial institutions. So when we are talking about billions and millions, maybe it's an easy thing. But when we are talking about people who are sending $100 or $200 to home, then it really, really makes a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's where, as Jim was saying, fintech can take care of that. There is a number of companies that do small micro payments to different countries, right?
Yeah.
But we weren't talking about it from the perspective of, okay, those small people sending $50 or $100 back home. We were talking about it, well, just briefly, we were talking about it from the perspective of how do you stabilize cryptos? If we link it to the basket of commodities or to the stock market or whatever, the dollar index or, the IMF special drawing rights or something, you could link it to all sorts of different things. But to me, I'm just not sure, like, what are we doing? We're just going to create another currency. And then that currency is going to have its own fluctuations, and you're going to be trading it cross with other currencies. It just pointless.
Yeah,
that's already happening. Only this case is not being controlled or governed by governments. That's the only difference. But it is happening. It's trading. It's being traded. Even China came up with a very big cryptocurrency for its own state.
Right, that's a good point. It's being traded now, and it's not pegged to anything really, except for pure speculation. And I guess I would say if it was like tied to a basket, whether it was a basket of currencies or an individual currency, a country could just tie it to their own currency, or a basket of commodities, then it's still performing the function, which is a very short-term transaction. In other words, if you're transferring money, you're not really worrying about the fluctuation for 2 days or 1 day. Or if you're playing a video game, you're not really worried about the fluctuation. So it's solving the functional issue without all the other money supply issues and other issues too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it does become a big problem. Now, moving to another issue, the American political issue. It looks like we have tonight we have a Republican conference going on. Bill, what's happening tonight in the political world? You need to turn your speaker on. Can't hear you.
I apologize. Yes, we have the Republican National Convention that is scheduled to begin this evening, and it's a bifurcated convention. So mostly out of Charlotte, North Carolina, but also here in Washington, D.C. We really don't know much about how they've been planning it because the plans have shifted back and forth, but we do know these three things. There will be a convention. None of the former standard bearers for the Republican Party have been invited, and Donald Trump will be speaking each evening. Now, separately though, last week and on the previous shows, we were talking about the tenor and the tone of what we might expect from the Republican National Convention. And it appears that the Trump campaign is going to double down on Donald Trump's approach to the election so far. Tonight, for example, they're headlining Tim Scott and Steve Scalise of Louisiana. And interestingly enough, you guys will recall, Steve Scalise was participating in a baseball game a couple of years back and was shot at and severely injured. But then they're also going to have Matt Gaetz from Florida, who's been a stalwart defender of President Trump, as well as Jim Jordan and Nikki Haley. And then apparently also Donald Trump Jr. And at some point this evening, we'll hear from the president himself. So, as a side note, there have been protests over the weekend at the site in Charlotte, North Carolina, and I'm not sure how that's going to play out. The convention is going to be interesting. We're really going to see what the Republicans, what their vision is, what their policies are for potential President Trump's second term. Now, what I would rather, I'd like to ask the panel, because it occurs to me that we are essentially, the economy is essentially in an in a coma right now. Large businesses can't plan for the future. Short businesses or small businesses are stuck on a cyclical open-close cycle, and so there's no stability there. And yet we won't know substantially until after the results of the election, which could take weeks after November 3rd, in terms of planning for the future. How does the panel look at this uncertainty in the short term as their clients are planning for the long term, say at the beginning of either a new administration or the continuation of the current administration?
Mm-hmm. That's a good question. Alexander Starr, how are you planning for the future in this world of uncertainty?
I believe that coronavirus issues is an accelerator of all other issues that were facing America. The only thing is it unravels instead of a matter of 5-10 years, it's doing in a matter of few months. Obviously, America has a lot of internal problems. There are too numerous for me to comment on them. The only thing is, it's sort of good for us in Canada to see what's happening here, because we will never, ever allow what happened in America to happen in Canada. So in Canada, we have a decent way of life, we have a decent medicine services, we have a decent social environment and education and so on. You know what, I was never impressed with Canada myself, and I was very critical about Canadian policies and foreign policies and anything. But lately, all of a sudden, I discovered myself that there is not too many things going wrong in Canada. And I sort of U.S. actually changed my outlook on Canada and its policies and its social policies and many others, and now really appreciate the country where I live.
Well, then, Sasha, you should be glad that the United States gave Canada back after we conquered it in the War of 1812. But don't.
Didn't our White House get burned down that
Well, Ben, how is the U.S. election, or will it affect your funds overseas in Switzerland?
I think one thing we are missing very strongly at this moment, that there seems to be no the classical election manifest or promise. Trump hasn't come up with for this election.
So you mean some sort of platform? Is that what you're looking at?
No, a promise. Because when you stand election as a president, then you make a kind of promise, you make a kind of manifest or a program that this is what you intend to carry on once you win or when you win. For example, previously he had said about building a wall in Mexico, fighting corruption in Washington, building U.S. infrastructure, creating jobs. Right. This time we don't hear any manifesto. Maybe he will open it this time.
Yeah, we'll have four days of listening to figure out
exactly. But where I think we have to break it in two parts: the national part and international. What bothers me more about the international part, I think. Whether it's a Trump or Biden, in both cases, the China issue will go on. The US-China issue, it only depends. I think Biden will involve the foreign countries more than Trump had, because Trump had somehow isolated many of his old allies. Biden may try to take them in. So that on political level, and because that is where the biggest economical issue we see, this will be impacted. So that impact is controlled, doesn't have much issues. Secondly, will be the withdrawal strategy of Trump. He's withdrawing from a lot of countries, which can also have an economical impact. So I don't see much short-term impact happening, whether he wins it or whether he loses it. The only biggest point where the impact will be felt is on the environment and on the long-term US economy, because I'm sorry, I have a very strong view about what he has done to US institutions and to the environmental issues in US. Luckily, there is a lot of opposition within US itself to that, like California and Washington and all that. But that is what is going to impact economically. US will lose the race against European Union and China on this sector.
Yes, Bill.
Yes, Ben. This is. I'm specifically. I've had a number of conversations in terms of if, in fact, we have a Biden presidency. At least based on some of his comments during the Democratic National Convention and his expansive plan, it appears he might be approaching American economic policy in an expansive way akin to what FDR did during the Great Depression. Now, the concern that has been raised amongst colleagues and myself has been that we are essentially limited here in the United States, having used, in terms of, on the one hand, with monetary policy, pumping liquidity into the economy. But by the same token, with regard to our fiscal policy, since we are running up major deficits. And so with regard to the two levels that we have available, we're limited. However, on the other hand, certain reports from the International Monetary Fund suggest that we're going to need a sustained two-pronged global approach, which is going to include both liquidity and an easing of the monetary policy, whether it's quantitative easing or whatever, as well as sustained expansionary fiscal policy. And I wanted to at least get your thoughts on that issue moving forward, assuming we have a Biden presidency and understanding the limitations we're going to face worldwide.
Yeah, on the QE, on the I'm not really in favor of QE because we have seen the effect of that on the European Union. It's not as effective as people assumed it to be, although maybe it controlled the inflation to some level. But on the second, on the fiscal expansion, it's again a question of theory and practice, because in practice, Trump didn't also speak about fiscal expansion, but in theory he didn't speak about it, but in practice it did happen, and the debt situation of America increased also significantly under Trump. So these are macroeconomical decisions where I don't see myself as the expert to say whether Biden. To start with, I don't fully 100% agree to what Biden's manifesto position is, but I also do not see it doing much more damage to the U.S. economy, especially on short term. Maybe it can do an impact, but on long term, I personally believe that it will be far more beneficiary for the U.S. economy than Trump's policies. At least that's my opinion.
Yes. Okay. So we'll go get another opinion. Peter Bennett, what do you think about the policies of the Democrats and the Republicans on fiscal and monetary needs?
Well, first of all, from a long-term perspective, I view that I look very long-term. So I look at long-term problematic trends like demographics, which they say is destiny, deficits, which are gigantic, and robotics, which are coming. So, and do the third one, I'll put a footnote in terms of robotics. That's why I do like the United States over a lot of countries, no matter what happens. But in terms of the election, first of all, I'd say I don't think either one Biden or Trump can change these trends because they're too set in stone now. So, but I think Biden will speed up the problematic trends, and Trump can slow down the problematic trends. And that would be my, and the only other thing I'd say is that risks, you have to look at it industry by industry. There are a lot of industries in the United States that are going to be threatened by a Biden presidency as compared to in the transition from the Trump desk. And that would include energy for sure, manufacturing in the United States, and also possibly healthcare.
Wow. Shakeel, what is the views of Australia about the Trump and Biden on the economy, their impact? We can't hear you.
I'll just say, I obviously I can't speak for every Australian. I think from the people that I've spoken to, it's probably actually in Australia's interests for Trump to win, because one of the things that he's been talking about is increasing trade with the UK post-Brexit, and both the UK and the US have been talking about increasing trade with Australia. And we have actually copped a fair bit of fallout over criticism of China with the coronavirus, and also criticism of China for patent infringements and all the things that were alleged. So when Trump had the trade war with China, that affects us because we export a lot of our mineral resources there. And he, the US being also a significant economy, if he increases trade with Australia, that kind of makes up for it. And of course, Australia and the US are allies. So I think it's probably in our economic interests if Trump wins. And I think that most people in Australia would probably feel that way. From an investment perspective, coming into the US and having a look at it, the thing that I'm not really sure about is normally parties that are centre or centre-left tend to look after workers better and people who are vulnerable in the community and those sorts of things. That comes at a cost, and normally that cost comes from increasing tax rates. You kind of can't do that right now because you've got the coronavirus. You can't increase the tax rate because that's going to theoretically slow down the market. So I'm not really sure, and Donald Trump can't lower them any lower. Like he can't do anything else. So I'm not really sure what either party is going to be able to do if they win. Like it's kind of a difficult situation, I think, and it's difficult to assess.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And so it sounds to me you agree more with Peter that they're stuck with certain parameters they can't get outside of. Jim, what do you see the economy going? I know that in California, you guys are going to pass taxes that are so high no one can live there anymore. Well, at least that's what I'm seeing in California. What do you see in terms of the administration going either way, whoever wins, and their impact on the economy?
Well, I see it a little bit differently, obviously. And one, people are leaving California because of overpopulation and not because of the taxes, except for people like Tiger Woods, who that's a make or break thing for him in terms of keeping the gigantic amount of wealth he already has as much as possible. But I think that for the economy's sake, the idea of America first and America only is going to cripple our economy. And we've tried isolationism in the past and it has never worked. And that was before we were in such a global economy. So the global economy demands that we act like a global economy. And the United States right now, for the last 4 years, has not been operating that way. And I think if Biden was elected, we would once again engage with our former allies, make peace with our current enemies to some extent, so that we can again trade. And this would benefit everyone. We're at whatever country you're from. So I think this is the most, and this is besides the point that our democracy is at stake. The republic is at stake. Because what's going on in the Trump administration, if the Justice Department was formerly independent, it is no longer independent. The post office was formerly independent, it is no longer independent. And I could go on. So what we're seeing is our republic collapsing before our eyes. And I cannot see that helping the world's economy.
Really? Okay. So the thing is, Alexander Starr, how do you see this up in Canada?
Well, Canada, unfortunately, is not as like as Australia because it's just too close to US. So in this respect, because US is become a Tsarist entity, it's governed by Tsar. There is no parliament, there is no Congress, there is absolutely nothing. So if he will get up and he will think, okay, what's to do next? Oh, here's Canada. What to do with Canada? Okay, aluminium tariffs. Here comes the Twitter, and he tweets aluminium tariffs on Canada up. Okay, so very little could be done. There is no point to justify. There is no point to argue about it. It's just that the sanctions are going up, and that's the end of the story. Well, Canada decided to postpone its answer about this new tariffs on aluminium until at least election time. Now, if Trump will win election, that's one story, and if Democrats will win, that will be a completely different story. So now we are just waiting for results of the election, and obviously Canada has its stand which way it would be preferable for Canada and Canadians.
Mhm.
Well, Sasha, with regard to Canada, wouldn't Canada is one of its options, has the ability. The United States imports a number of, your timber from Canada in substantial ways. And isn't that a way that Canada could respond to the American tariffs, the sanctions on aluminum? It would be a fight. It would be a fight between industries, wouldn't it? Our industries versus the industries that we rely on with Canada, Sasha?
Yes, timber is one thing, but there is much more to it. There is also fresh water supply, which is great in Canada, and also electricity, which is produced in great quantities in Quebec, and which is very close to New York State, and Canada supplies that. So there are several levers of what Canada can use, but Canada decided at this time, when the election is coming, it's not prudent to start fighting, especially in situations that Trump may lose the election. Obviously, unfortunately, to lose the election is just the beginning of the story. Trump has several Trumps in his sleeve, how to lose the election and yet remain in power. So losing election is the stage number one. Then there are stage number two, number three. There are about 7 or 8 levers that he has in his disposal how to stay in power basically indefinitely.
Okay,
so,
well,
we will see to that very soon.
Okay, well, I guess, and this is a question, I guess, for the entire panel. And Sasha, I certainly appreciate your experience with Russia. And you're right, Donald Trump's advisor is Putin, shall we say. But
Fox News.
okay. But pending that, what I did want to ask for the panel is that I'm getting a sense that what we're collectively trying to get at is that there's just essentially uncertainty across the board. And even if we were to find some semblance of a path forward or direction from one side, meaning the United States government, that the road ahead for the economy, whether it's the United States or worldwide, the integration and such, is still uncertain and potentially chaotic. Well, let's go around the panel and see what we all think. And if I can, Peter, can I start with you, because you've got the long-term view, and then we can go around, and then I like maybe to go to Ben and Shaq and Jim. You're on mute.
You're muted. You're muted. Oh, there you go.
No, I didn't do anything.
You're okay. Go ahead.
Oh, the host muted me.
It's all Nick's fault. We know that.
Yeah, Nick.
Hey, it's all my fault.
Am I off mute, Nick?
Peter. It's a
That's okay,
paper
you're a
shuffling,
great host,
and we wanted to make sure that you can hear it. Okay, go on. Floor's yours.
Yeah, first I just have to say, I just heard like 10 or 15 fictions that I believe are total fictions. And I'm a really objective guy. I mean, I study news. I'm a news junkie, but also I compare the news sources, which is very important, especially if you're in a foreign country, because you're only getting totally one side if you're looking at CNN. But 90% of the media presents stories that are not necessarily at all true. And I didn't used to say this 4 years ago. Again, I'm not that, I'm a kind of middle of the road guy on a lot of issues, but the thing I'm not middle of the road on is that the media in the United States is so corrupt now. So they present things like, with no evidence at all about, oh, you like that?
Well, let's hold on that point right now, because I'm doing a response to our friends at WIPO.
No problem. I'll answer it. But I just want to leave it with, you cannot believe if you compare, like, Google your own research and look at Fox just for contrary opinions, and you start going, what are they saying? COVID's the worst in the world, but if you look at Johns Hopkins studies, we're not nearly the worst in death rate, per 1,000. That's just an example of today's lies. But so it's very important to do your own research. In terms of investing, it's again long term, but I am concerned about short term risks in the markets. I think the market will go down 10 or 12% probably if there's a Biden victory, but I tend to think that Trump will win.
Yeah, but when you talk about the media, Peter, a study that I just pulled that in 1983, there were 50 companies in the United States that controlled 90% of the media. In today, there are 5 companies that control 90% of the media. And it is a problem. If you watch any media, you're not watching somebody who's making objective statements. You're always watching people that have agendas. And that's almost on every channel. And it's for an intelligent person to watch the media, it's in the United States, it's got to be real hard, because I can go through every channel. I'm sorry. They're presenting agendas. They are not presenting the news. Everybody has their own, how you say it, their own favorite child they want to produce in front of you every week, whether it's race, sexism, ecology. It doesn't matter. They have their own bloody agenda. It's really very difficult to watch, but that's my own opinion of the media. But it's also because of the concentration that we exist here. Okay, your question goes to Sasha.
Nick, I want to just add one thing to what you said. Now, I like listening to Rush Limbaugh, and I think he has some crazy ideas and some brilliant ideas. I think he's brilliant. But what's very interesting is he does these montages where he'll take 15 or 20 different media sources, and they'll show CNN, they'll show CBS, they'll show ABC, they'll show, and the people are quoting the exact same phrases and sentences or paragraphs, practically even paragraphs verbatim. They're saying the exact same words, and you go, this is not a coincidence. It's all coming from the same source.
Yeah, right, because there's only 5 companies in the United States that control the media. Now, somebody who's used to controlled media, Alexander Starr, give us your opinion.
Very, very quickly, I'm following a lot of course, Canadian media and what they say about election, and also Russian media. On internet and on television through Roku, I have access to Russian talk shows on the first and second channels, and some others as well. Okay, in Canada, it's very balanced view. There are anti-Trump and pro-Trump views, and you can read either one of them, whatever you would like. For example, I just read Saturday's edition of Toronto Star and Globe and Mail, and almost the same stories. They have pro and about and anti-Trump statements and articles and opinions, and they have about the same space. I would say 50-50. However, in Russia's picture is completely different. In Russia, people are just dying for Trump to be reelected. It's not 50-50, it's not 75-25, it's 99-1, and even that one is very difficult to find. You have to go elsewhere. I don't know, I've never seen that 1%, but I assume that it cannot be 100-0. It must be at 99-1 then. So they're heavily in favor of Trump, and they're praying and talking, and if someone says even a word, not against Trump, but even just voice some kind of doubts that maybe there's some problem here or there, he immediately attacked by 25 people, and most likely he will continue, he will be taken away from the studio.
Yeah. Well, I think it's real simple over there, Alexander. If you're against Trump, poison sometimes ends up in your soup somewhere or something like that. So,
and believe it or not, it's despite the fact that Putin is furious with Trump because he failed to deliver. You see, when he was elected president, he had the presidency, he has Senate, he has House, he had the judges, he had everything at his possession. All he had to do, he had to finish with all sanctions against Russia and dismantle NATO. He failed miserably in both. That's why now Putin is not too happy with him, but there is no one else. So Russia.
Okay. Well, let's go to our friend in Switzerland, Ben.
Yeah, I agree with Sasha because I'm very often in Russia, and Sasha, by the way, I also advise the president on macroeconomic policies. It is very true that this American election is going to be very funny, because on one side you have two major powers influencing, I mean, so-called influential power. One is Russia, who really desperately wants Trump to be reelected, and then you have China, who wants Trump to go. So it is going to be a very, very it's about who has more influence on the United States at this moment, for an external influence, I mean, because Russia definitely wants Trump to stay, and Sasha, I think you're very well aware for why and what are the reasons why Russia wants Trump to stay. So no,
can I ask a question? Because I think then you could answer this. I don't understand why Putin would like Trump, because all of Trump's policies have been very bad for Russia in terms of opposing the German gas lines, making America energy independent. Why would Putin like Trump?
Trump has done a lot of things which is very good for Russia. Trump has severely weakened NATO, the European alliance, Syria also handed over basically to Russia. So in the Trump's regime, Russia has really increased its influence, its power of influence on a lot of countries in the world and a lot of region. So because as the US withdraws, there is a kind of power gap which Russia and China are jumping over each other's back to fill it in. So, and that way, Trump has been a boon to Russia.
In terms of NATO, wouldn't you say that Trump just wants the countries in Europe to take over their own budgets? I mean, he's saying pay your 2%, for instance.
I agree.
I don't think he wants them to be defenseless. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, I completely agree. In that point, I agree what Trump says, that Europe should also take some of the bill and pay some of the bill, increase its defense budget because it has lived too long under the protection of the US forces. But he has severely weakened NATO, because now there is a kind of distrust within NATO itself about whether the Article 5 is still of relevance or not. I assume you all know the Article 5 of NATO, that attack on one is attack on all. And maybe there is a kind of perception that maybe US won't come to help tomorrow if Russia moves it into the Baltic states or something like that. So in that way, the perception of NATO has been severely weakened.
Interesting.
Except one thing, that Russia, by heavily betting on Trump, even well before 2016 election. Remember the first trip to Russia Trump had in 1987, which is now 33 years ago. And since then, he had many trips. Of course, personally on Trump's level, he was perceived on a very high level, and he had all introductions to high powers in Russia, including president, whatever. So essentially, what Trump did since he became president, he incapacitated NATO in a very funny way, by the way. Okay, you're right, Peter, that, okay, Germany is paying only 1.5% of its upkeep instead of 2% of gross income. So what he did to punish Germany, he moved US troops from Germany to Italy, which pays only 1.1% instead of 2%. So, in a funny way, in Italy, there is no need for this the U.S. forces, simply because except in Italy there is a pandemic and the beaches are closed. There's not much to do for them. Now Germany is a different story. Germany is a country which is very much influenced by Russia. Russia is a very strong, even economically now, they're getting stronger and stronger. And you can sense its threat over Western Europe and any country in the world except perhaps China. And don't forget that Russia, for many centuries, if you go into history of Russia, Russia was always opposing Western countries, Western powers. It's going on. It will go on for another 750 years, whether you like it or not. And the fact that the U.S. completely took its opposition to Russia, and furthermore, is trying to essentially abandon NATO. And not actually, his goal is even not to abandon NATO, because NATO can survive without US. The problem is to disband NATO altogether, so no such organization would ever exist.
Yeah, it's at the top of the hour. I just want to do some quick introductions. At the top, we have Alexander Starr from the Investing with Sasha from Toronto and also from Russia. From the Switzerland, we have Ben Bargy, who is actually advises presidents and sovereign funds. He's out of Switzerland. Peter Bennett, who's an attorney who also does individual investing out of Greenwich, Connecticut. Bill Trezevant, who's also an attorney out of Washington, D.C., who runs our Washington Report in American Politics. Shakeel Latimer, who is a billion-dollar fund manager out of Liechtenstein and Singapore. Got to get that right, Shakeel. Jim Eade, who runs the Eade Foundation out of Silicon Valley. And Jeff Brown, who's joined us, who's the Dean of the University of Illinois School of Business. Jeff, welcome to the show. How are you guys facing this new economy and COVID-19? I heard University of Illinois, you shut down your football program. What about the school? Are you guys open at the University of Illinois Business School, or did they shut it down?
We are open for business. It's first day of classes here on campus. We just got FDA approval last week of a saliva-based COVID test, and we are testing everyone on campus twice a week. So I just got one this morning. We're doing about 12,000 tests a day. And as a result of that fact, we're able to very quickly identify students, faculty, or staff who have been exposed and get them isolated or quarantined effectively. And it is our hope that we're going to be able to run an effective on-campus educational experience this fall.
Okay, I don't want to tell you the bad news that happened here at University of North Carolina and North Carolina State. Yeah. You're aware of it. Yeah. Okay, the kids couldn't stop partying. In other words, it didn't matter what the faculty did. It didn't matter what the systems and procedures were. They just went out and they had a good time. Now, with that, Duke and Campbell, both private schools right now, are still staying in line. But the public schools, they went out and at UNC, they just go, forget it. So they had to reshut down both UNC and North Carolina State. Do you see that to be the future of the University of Illinois?
Well, we hope not. I mean, the same thing has happened at Michigan State, Notre Dame, a bunch of places. What's different here is we do have twice a week mandatory testing for everyone. Very few places have that. In fact, I don't know of another university that is doing that. So as students return to campus, if they tested positive for campus, we identified it on the day they arrived and got them isolated. We also have a smartphone app called Safer Illinois that is using the Bluetooth technology to keep track of social contacts and so forth. And so we can do contact tracing. So if I ended up testing positive today, they would know who I was within, a certain radius of and for how long, and they can contact those individuals and ask them to quarantine. So it's not foolproof. This virus is pernicious and so forth. But I honestly think if anybody's going to be able to pull it off, it's going to be us. But that's by no means a guarantee.
Yeah, but you also have a couple programs that are internet-based, right. Masters in Science and Management, and also your MBA program is both internet-based. Tell us a little bit about those programs.
Yeah, well, we introduced the online MBA program 5 years ago. We call it the iMBA, and it has grown from a brand new program to over 4,000 students just in 4.5 years, which is, I think, really an illustration of just how well we do it and the high quality. And so that turned out to prove invaluable as COVID came upon us, both because that was the one student group, all of our online programs was one group that was unaffected by this in terms of their educational experience. And second is we had the facilities and the expertise, the knowledge, the experience to very quickly roll our face-to-face classes into a remote setting in the spring that was much more effective than what a lot of schools were able to do. And now we spent the summer really preparing so that if we do need to flip the switch and move to off-campus again, we can do it literally on a moment's notice and deliver a high quality student experience.
Yep. Is your MBA program worldwide? Is the MBA program worldwide, or is it just limited to the United States?
No, it's global. We have over 100 countries represented in the program. It's very affordable. You can earn the entire MBA degree for only $22,500. We also just introduced a Master's in Management, which is the equivalent of a one-year program for only $11,000. And again, they're global and doing extraordinarily well. As you can imagine, as this pandemic went global in February, March, and April, demand for online education started going through the roof, understandably, because a lot of students are saying, look, if I'm going to end up having to go online at any school that I go to, I might as well go to a place that does online extraordinarily well, and I think we do it better than anyone. So we've seen a more than 50% increase in our online degree program enrollment just over last year.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Shakeel, you had a comment.
That's a good question there for you, Jeff. With the app you were talking about, where it has Bluetooth and you can see contact tracing, that sort of stuff. I know here in Australia we actually have an app, and very few people have actually downloaded it because they're all like, "Oh, the government's going to snoop on my data" and all that sort of stuff. How is the student body feeling? Are they happy with it? Has there been any resistance to the app and to the testing?
So, as always on a diverse campus, you're going to have a few people that express some concerns about it. But the thing that we have going for us here is if the students want to be admitted into any university building, they have to show the app that has the, think of it as like a boarding pass, right? That shows them whether they've been tested in the last 4 days and whether they've tested negative. And if so, they're allowed to enter the building. And if not, they're not allowed to enter the building. So they have a strong incentive to download the app. Now, it is still up to the student whether they turn on the Bluetooth functionality that does the contact tracing. And I have not yet heard, students just came back last week, and so I don't know what the numbers are yet. I think we need to get something like 60% or more of the students to participate in that piece of it in order for the contact tracing to be effective. And I just don't have an update on that yet.
Yes, right. And just to do a quick introductions, because we have Alexander Starr, we're just past the top of the hour, who runs investment with Sasha on Wednesday at 1 o'clock Eastern time. We have Shakeel Latimer, who is a $1 billion fund manager out of Australia, but his funds are in Singapore and Liechtenstein. So he runs his $1 billion fund out of Singapore and Liechtenstein. We have Jeff Brown, who's the dean of the University of Illinois College of Business in Urbana-Champaign. For those people who don't know, that's where it is in Illinois. Jim Eade, who runs the Eade Foundation out of San Francisco, California. And we also have Peter Bennett, who's an attorney and also an individual investor out of that high-powered place for hedge funds, Greenwich, Connecticut. And David K. Johnston, Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times best-selling author, and also lectures at Syracuse University, which I was going to ask, because Syracuse just had an outbreak also of COVID-19. David, are you doing any lectures, or is that over? Oh, your sound isn't working, but you need to turn your mic on, David.
I hate David's shirt, by the way.
Yeah, it was just before I came on watching Chancellor Severud's video saying, please don't violate the rules on social distancing, et cetera, so that we can have students attend class on campus. I'm not scheduled to teach at the law school until January, but all over the country, this does not look promising, and expecting 18 to 22-year-olds to behave the way I would expect all of us would without a lot of trouble is probably not likely to actually happen.
Yeah, and it also, Jeff, it's kind of interesting. You said the enrollments were up. I teach at Northeastern's graduate tax program, and I was talking to we don't start class till August 31st, but it's online. And here's what they were telling me. They said, our admission is stable. It didn't go up, it didn't go down, because what happened was a lot of the companies that sponsored the students for their graduate tax degree are no longer sponsoring them because of COVID-19 and the economy. Have you seen that at the University of Illinois the MBA program and the Master's in Science and Management, where corporate America pulls out of sponsoring students?
So what's great about our online programs is they're so inexpensive that most students are not relying on corporate sponsor, or if they are, they're doing it through the standard educational benefit that the company offers. You know, the idea of companies paying for an MBA was very popular in the 90s and early 2000s. Frankly, the Great Recession destroyed a lot of those programs. So kind of gone are the days at most firms where a company would say, hey, come work for us for a couple of years and we'll go pay for your MBA no matter where you go. So that ship kind of left port a decade or more ago. And so now what students are relying on is either they're paying for it themselves because we've made it very affordable, or they're just using their standard educational benefit. And we are seeing a little bit of pullback on educational benefit, but you know, we've made the program sufficiently affordable that, as I said, we've seen more than a 50% increase in demand for online degrees. Now that, you know, on the other hand, we also still have residential programs. We have great residential programs in finance and accounting and things like that. And a lot of those programs are very dependent on international enrollment. And so there we've seen a decline, not so much because students don't want to come, but because they've not been able to get visas to enter into the US or haven't been able to arrange travel.
Okay, so the people that are physically going, there's been a little bit of decline, but the international programs that are online, we're growing. Now, some of the teachers were saying that there's a dilution in online education versus education physically, but isn't the dilution, isn't it made up by the interaction that you get with, in other words, a bigger and diverse student body base? I mean, I don't see where the dilution really takes place except for parting. Sorry, pardon me.
So here's the thing. There are things that you can do better in person. There are things you can do better online. And so the issue is, how do you build a program that is really compelling and engaging and effective for the medium that you're using? And the problem we had in the spring, not we as geese, but, you know, globally, was that, you know, K through 12 university teachers who had never taught online and had not designed their course to be online were forced online without any warning. And so they took a design that was intended for a face-to-face audience and tried to morph it quickly into a remote learning environment. And we know that doesn't work. So I'm not surprised at all that a lot of people had difficulty. In contrast, what we did is we built the online degree programs for the online medium. Using a whole bunch of different technologies, designing it. I mean, it affects everything from how you do assessments and grading to how you manage course conversations, all of that. And so if you design them quite intentionally with the medium in mind, you can do an extraordinarily effective job, which we have, which is why, you know, 95% of our students are enormously satisfied and would recommend the program to others. And you're right, we end up with this global student body of people that are in their 30s and 40s. You know, it's like executives all over the globe running their own companies, working for Fortune 500 companies, small companies, doctors, lawyers, etc. And they're able to engage in real time with each other and really develop some really incredible networks along the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just see the problem. Yes, go on, David.
Jeff, let me ask a question about that. I found in my class, even with 48 students who are learning basics of legal theory, that teaching online was, I was more tired at the end of 2.5 hours online than I was in the classroom. I wonder how common that is. But the other thing I was concerned about is, if you take a CLE credit as a lawyer or an accountant, they have mechanisms in them to make sure you're actually there. I don't know how they do it technologically. Blackboard, which is what we use at Syracuse, doesn't have such a mechanism. So the only way I could find to make sure students are actually paying attention was to randomly call on people. And I'm wondering if your system has something built in to make sure that students are in fact actively engaged, or what you think about that issue. And secondly, is there a fatigue difference for the professoriate on teaching online?
Yeah, so these are great questions. In terms of the first issue around student engagement, we do have lots of ways to monitor that. So for the non-synchronous part of the class, which is the pre-packaged videos and those kinds of things, I mean, you have to log in to access them. You can monitor literally, I mean, we can essentially monitor every interaction the student has with any of the online materials. So we not only know if they watched it, we know if they backed up and watched it again, or and those kinds of that kind of information is useful not only for understanding if they're engaged, but also, frankly, if you see the same part of the video keeps getting rewinded multiple times by everybody, then either it wasn't very clear or it was extraordinarily compelling. And so you can use that to further improve the class. We also have all kinds of tools in place for, proctoring assessments. When we do live sessions, we actually see everyone on screen, just like we each see each other right now. There are plenty of opportunities for people to participate both in the chat as well as in the live session. So I think we've done a very effective job at that, using a combination of course design and the technology. As far as the fatigue thing goes, one of the advantages that our online has for the online degree programs, we can't do this for everybody while we're doing other remote learning, but for the degree programs, we have these wonderful, we built out like 5 professional studios. It's like being in a newsroom. And some of them, we've got a green screen in the back and you can move around and talk, and we can put material up later on the green screen. Or we've got what looks more like a news studio. And so it's not just like you're staring at your own computer the whole time. You've kind of got a bigger environment, you're farther away. And so there is, you're giving a lot of energy away when you're working in that environment, just like you do in face-to-face. But it's not tiring in the same way that just sitting in front of your own computer, staring at your computer monitor all day is. So it's just a different type. Yeah.
Yeah. Fatigue issue. You want to address that, Jim, just briefly?
Yeah, because unlike Nick reads studies. I read articles about studies. And there was one that was mentioning this. So, David, your experience is not uncommon. And the reason the article mentioned was that when we are staring at a computer image of ourselves or other people, our brains are not processing it the way that we do when we're face-to-face. And they try to our brains work overtime trying to translate what they expect to see with what they're actually seeing. And it is fatiguing to process all of that difference between the image on the screen and what we would expect to see if we were face-to-face. So
well, there's no third dimension to it when you're on screen.
Yeah. Did you read the study on SSRN.com that was relating to this issue, Jim?
I read the article about it.
Oh, okay. The article about it. All right.
Journalists
Source
matter.
material is so much better. Social Science Research Network, the largest depository of academic journals in the world. I mean, I think it's a great source to find anything. And Jeff, it's really funny because when I teach the graduate tax program at Northeastern, and I always tell my students about SSRN, and they're like deer in the headlights. First they ever heard about it. How do you get through college today without knowing about SSRN.com? How did they manage to get through 4 years of college and never look at SSRN.com?
It's the Cliff Notes version.
It's not a Cliff Notes, it's source material.
No, that's what you're talking about.
I don't want to hear about
real
that.
book.
Well, Jeff, do your professors tell people about go to SSRN.com and read the journals?
No.
It's interesting because I think if you're going to assign an article to a student, these days we've got a course website, and so we'll just provide the link directly to it. So they might be going to the article, and they might even be going through it through SSRN. They just don't know that they're going to SSRN, right? So I think that's really the issue. The academics ourselves, I mean, it's invaluable. We use it all the time to do our own research on articles. But yeah, it's a fantastic resource, no question about it.
Yeah, that's what I think. It's a great resource, but also it's a good resource for a lot of different issues that you may not be a subject matter expert on. And so I like my students to know about it because I had to do quarry research. Like I know a lot about quarries, but we had to make arguments about whether or not you should have a quarry next to a residential area. How much do I know about that? Like nothing. But if you're an attorney, you got to make the arguments. And Bill, who's an attorney, appreciates this. You got to go find the source materials, not the articles that Jim discusses. Let's get rid of that guy. Not the articles that Jim, but the source material so you can present it in front of the board. So I'm just saying that students should know about these resources. And I do a lot of teaching saying, look, I'm going to be here today, gone tomorrow, but you have your whole life ahead of you. You need to know the resources to go there to answer these questions.
Nick, I think you've hit upon a real fundamental problem, and I see this not just with my students at Syracuse, but at colleges I lecture at all over the U.S. Students don't go and use the electronic libraries they have. The resources that Syracuse provides me with are better than what I had at the New York Times and the LA Times, which spent just huge amounts of money on data and access to information. And students will still, in many cases, just Google. And they don't learn how to use the library. When I give them links, as Jeff pointed out, to SSRN or some other place, they use those, but they're not really learning the skills of how to use electronic libraries. And that troubles me. And I've raised this with junior college, and postgraduate students across the country now for about 10 years. And it strikes me it's a real fundamental problem about research. And if you think about it, when most of us went to college, you had to learn something. You had to go to the library itself. You had to maybe go into the stacks, which at some universities were dusty, and find things.
Yeah. But do you know what happened to the University of North Carolina? No, excuse me, North Carolina State. You know what they did with the stacks? They don't exist anymore in the library. It's all gone. What they did is they actually store them in a elevator, and that you really have to go to the elevator and type in the book you want to have the elevator brings it up electronically and sends over to you. The library at North Carolina State is no longer a real library. It's a social place. Now, with that in mind, and I never saw anything like it, but if you ever go to North Carolina State, you want a tour of the library that's not really a library. And the books have been just basically tossed away. Do they do that at the University of Illinois? Because I always like rummaging through the stacks, because then I go look for the stuff that I want to read rather than I've got to know what I want to read and then ask for it. Did they do that at the University of Illinois? Do you get rid of your library?
You know, it's a really interesting question, because we're about to undertake a major renovation of our library, and this was one of the concerns that there's been a lot of discussion about. So we've got a huge library system here, and it's all still going to be available, but some of the resources are going to be stored off-site, and not necessarily off campus, but out of the main library. So it won't be possible just to sort of like let serendipity allow you to discover a book, but you can still request them and they'll get it to you right away. But you know, if we think about more broadly as not just a repository for physical books and journals, I mean, I think the reason libraries are adapting is because the world has changed. You can browse mindlessly through the stacks if you do it virtually and online very easily. And so it's not obvious that you want to take what is in many cases the primo real estate on campus, right? The centrally located place, and just fill it all with books and journals, some of which might never get touched, if you've got other ways that you can use that space to train students to do things like Dave is talking about, which is you can have more electronic resources and train them how to use them. So that's, we're in that process of renovating our library, which is in need of renovation. And, we've got our stacks, and some of the material is going to stay there, some of it's not.
Right, and it's just going to be moved and stored, which is what they did at University of North Carolina State University. It's now all stored. If you have an opportunity to go visit the library, you would sit there and just shake your head. Are you kidding me? I've never seen a library like that. It's like I said, it's not a real library, but then it's a library. But what they want to do is they want to improve student interaction. So they had a lot of different places for students to meet. They're almost like meeting centers right now, not libraries. Do they do that in Syracuse, David, or do you guys have a library still there?
When we built our new law school, they put the library on the main floor, and they designed this large room in the center of the main floor with an open staircase down to the ceremonial courtroom and an open staircase up to classrooms, as well as the elevators, specifically to get students to meet together and discuss. There's even a fireplace.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and a lot of universities tout their size of their library. Like I got 1 million, 3 million. And when I was at Harvard, I found out, well, they got 1 million books, but frankly, what they did is they bought the Southern Reporter over and over again. So they had 3 stacks of them. I said, this is really stupid. You're counting the same book over and over again, so you have more books at Harvard. But the bottom line today, does that metric make any sense? Because I have a computer that has everything online anyway. So what are if you have 1 million or 1 million volumes, does that even make a difference today anymore? Or does US News and World Report still use that as a metric? I think it's a false metric, but that's my opinion. What's your opinion, Mr. Professor Brown?
Well, so John Wilkin is the Dean of the Library System here at Illinois, and he's very thoughtful about this stuff. And he actually gave a presentation a couple months ago to the other deans about the fact that they are updating the metrics that they use to measure the impact of the library on learning outcomes and so forth, for exactly the reasons you're suggesting. We're digitizing a lot more material and a lot more content, and so it's not obvious that you need to have the physical copy of the book in order to have the book in your collection, right? And I think what matters at the end of the day is how much information, good quality information, do students, faculty, researchers, and others have access to through your institution. And I think they are looking for other ways to measure that. It's an evolving story. I mean, technology has changed the library business, just like it changed so many other activities. And the metrics and the rankings and so forth are kind of playing catch up.
Yeah, and when we talk about rankings, everybody looks at U.S. News and World Report and their rankings, which seem to be pretty stagnant. But I have another problem with that. Isn't U.S. News and Report just a magazine?
Yeah.
It is a magazine.
Yeah, but there are others who do reports. I mean, the guy who used to be the education editor at the New York Times set up a nonprofit that survived his death that rates colleges, and there are others that do. I'm not so big on rating colleges. I think students ought to go to a college, see how it feels,
right,
and then pick one that feels right. I will leave unnamed a university that makes a big deal out of we don't have grades, and took one of my daughters to this one on a college tour. A young woman got up to explain, we don't need to have grades because we so clearly learn how to articulate, and then gave a 50-minute, totally unfocused, wandering talk. And my daughter, I said, well, don't you want to ask questions? She said, no, I want to get out of here.
Well, yeah. Can I just add to that real quick that everybody who has spent any time really digging into ranking methodologies, regardless of who puts them out, walks away disappointed. And if you think about it, it's no surprise because the best rankings actually collect some data. Some of them even don't do that, or their data is just sort of a popularity contest. But even the ones that collect data, who's to say that the weight that they put on different criteria matches in any way, shape, or form with what a student should care about, right? So to David's point, what I would rather see is these organizations just put the data out and say, look, if this is what you're concerned about, if you care about job placement rates, here's what you got. If you care about the number of books in the library, here's what you've got. But, they think they have some sort of scientific way, or maybe they admit that it's arbitrary, of putting weights on these different things. And those weights are going to differ from what you as a parent or you as a student would care about. So they might help you narrow down your choice. But boy, if you ever choose a college because you choose A over B because A was 4 spaces higher in a ranking, you're using the wrong metric.
Also, I think there should be a lot of focus on whether brand name professors, people like Joe Stiglitz, Elizabeth Warren, actually teach classes rather than the TAs teach the classes. Having good professors on the campus who don't actually teach, and both of those happen to teach, that's why I picked them, but there are many who don't, is I think a very important metric if you're going to use metrics to pick a college.
But do you use a lot of TAs over at University of Illinois, or do the teachers teach, Jeff?
Oh, in the vast majority of cases here in our business school, the faculty teach their classes. The TAs play a very different role. They might teach some review sections, and they might, help lead study sessions and answer questions and help with some of the grading. But we expect our faculty to be in the classroom, and vast majority of them are. And that's true in our online classes as well.
Right.
We have our very best faculty teaching in our degree programs. So we think that's really important. And otherwise, you end up with exactly the problem that David talked about.
Yeah.
Back in the day, many years ago, I was a student at the Kennedy School, and then I was on the faculty there for a while. And while it's a bit of an exaggeration, students used to joke that, in fact, they had a T-shirt of the top reasons to go to Harvard's Kennedy School, and one of the reasons of the top 10 was, well, if you never meet your professor, at least you can see them on TV.
Okay.
That's not the experience that we're trying to provide at Illinois.
Right. Now you said the MBA program has 4,000 students in it. How do you manage that huge amount? I mean, at Northeastern, I have 13. I give you an average 13 students. It's not a big, but it's very manageable at 13. How do you manage 4,000? I can't even imagine how you would manage that.
So, I mean, again, this is across different cohorts. People can come in and out of the program and take different lengths of time to complete it. We have a huge team working on this. I mean, we not only have a lot of faculty involved, but the infrastructure that we've built in terms of our e-learning team and our online team is pretty huge. We've intentionally designed every aspect of the program, whether it's the recruiting and admissions piece, to the classroom experience piece, to the how we engage with you as an alum, specifically to do this in an online setting and to do it at scale. So if I'm a professor teaching a course in the online program, I have a associate instructor who's working with me to help manage the teaching assistants. We have a whole army of teaching assistants. So while I might be running the live class, we've got other people who are watching the chat and who are helping to answer questions in chat, so the professor doesn't have to answer everything like in real time while they're also trying to engage live. So it is a huge team effort. And one of the biggest challenges, back to David's question about fatigue, it's not so much the difference between being online and off. It's the fact that teaching in a large-scale online program becomes more of a team effort. When you go into your class, and if you've got a small number of classes, if you've got 13 students, you might do everything, right? You're answering every question, you're grading everything yourself, you're doing all of that. When you're designing this for an online setting, it really is, the lead instructor kind of owns the whole experience, but there's a lot of people there helping, whether it's the videographers and the media folks or the TAs and so forth.
Yeah. I actually have a teaching assistant who is a professor at Syracuse. Now he's a professor at another university up where you're at, David, and we've been teaching the class for. He's a PhD professor. We've been teaching this together for 10 years now. So it's not like our first rodeo at Northeastern. Sure. But at the same time, the interaction, I have a lot of interaction with the students, but I have no interaction with the other faculty or the dean or the rest of Northeastern, which is just very weird, that I'll talk to them. But if you ask me, how well do you know the dean or the director, I'll say, well, it's all done online. I know my students, but I don't know anybody else. It's just, like I said, it's very strange. But I think they do a good job going.
At Northeastern is a former associate dean right here in the Geese College of Business at Illinois.
Right.
He's a guy, very innovative leader. So
yeah, I'm going to try to get him on one of our programs shortly. Obviously, I'm shocked that you're able to make it if it's the first day in school, because usually that's pretty chaotic. How are you even able to make it here without managing chaos over at the University of Illinois?
So the chaos was leading up to today, and now that we're here today and the testing is in place and the faculty are teaching and the students are heading off to their classes, actually get a little bit of breathing room today. It won't last long. This afternoon's going to be pretty busy again, but hadn't been on the show in a while. Thought I'd make it a priority to join you all today.
Well, I like the fact that you're international and your student body is international. And my question is, because we do beam to a lot of countries, over 100 countries now. do these students have to take the GRE just like all the American students in order to get admitted to, or the SATs, I guess, if they're doing?
Well, so different things at different levels. So at our undergraduate college of business, we do require either the ACT or the SAT for undergraduate admissions. When you get into the graduate space, it varies by program. And for our online programs, the vast majority of our students in the online graduate programs have significant work experience, and we, will certainly accept a GMAT score, but we don't require it. It's more important if you're young and haven't been out of school as long. But if you're a senior director at Microsoft and you're leading a team and you've been in the industry for 15 years and you've done really interesting things in your career, we're not going to learn a whole heck of a lot from a GMAT score about you.
Right.
And so we don't require it for them.
Right. Yeah, because I was wondering about the metric of the GMAT or a GRE score for somebody who's been in the industry for a long time, or they have to go back and study all those crazy questions.
Pretty quick as a metric of what you care about, right? Like we can learn a lot more. We interview every student, even at that scale. We interview every student that applies to one of our online graduate degrees, and from their application and the interview, we think we learn a lot more. And if there's any question about their ability to really handle the academic rigor, because it is a rigorous program, we have a sort of a conditional admission path that allows them to sign up and take a course or two. And if they do well academically in those courses, then we will let them continue through the rest of the program. So this is all part of our desire to increase access. Not only have we lowered the price and made it possible to do it from anywhere in the world, but we've gotten rid of all these other barriers, financial and testing. And, maybe you went to a great college as an undergrad but weren't the best student, or maybe you were a good student but didn't go to a particularly prestigious school, but you've gone on and made a really meaningful difference in the world in your career. That means something to us. And so we're going to give you every opportunity you can to come in and prove that you can handle the rigor of our program.
Yes, David.
Jeff, I think that's exactly the right approach to take. One of my 8 children graduated from college with honors, applied to graduate school, and was denied because she didn't have a high school diploma. She walked out of high school a couple of weeks before the end of it and said, "This is nonsense." Two of my children did that. But she was denied admission because she didn't have a high school diploma, even though she graduated magna from, or summa, whichever is the lower one, from her college. Yeah. And it was the same college that she applied for graduate school. And she eventually did get a terminal degree from another university.
Yeah. And no, that kind of thing shouldn't happen. I mean, we actually had as one of our commencement speakers a couple of years ago, one of our alums from our MBA program who did his undergraduate degree at Iowa, who never had a high school diploma, right? But that didn't matter. He'd been very successful as an undergrad at Iowa and became part of our MBA program. And by the way, he went on to be enormously successful, sold a company for several $1 billion a couple of years ago. So I think, the older you are and the more experienced you are and the longer you've been out there in the world, the less value there is to looking at things like undergraduate grade point averages and test scores. But if you're a 23-year-old trying to get in our graduate program, we don't have as much of that to go by. And so, yes, we'll put more on those metrics as you would expect. So.
Yeah, because the thing is, I'm kind of shocked you said you do interviews for all the students that come there, because after me being an educational junkie, getting an MBA, a JD, and LLM, not to mention a BA and AA and all that, I was never interviewed by anybody through the whole process. And you're telling me you actually interview all, which I think would have been helpful. You actually interview all the students that come in?
For our online degree programs, we do. And part of the reason is not only do we want to learn more about the student, but we want to make sure they understand what they're getting into, because our online degree programs are full-blown rigorous graduate degrees. And we want to make sure we quickly dispel this idea that, I'm just going to do this. It's the easy way to pick up an MBA. It's not.
Right. It is.
Yeah. MBA, make sure that students know that on the way in.
Yeah. No, I think that's a great idea, because one thing I'm impressed with, at least the students I've been getting, because they work their tails off on the program that we do at Northeastern. I'm going, I don't know if I could even go through that amount of work that we give them, and they actually do it. So the thing that's impressive is they're given it, and they actually do it, as opposed to they give it and they go, they slough on it. And I don't think people understand how rigorous these master's programs can be, but also how beneficial that they can be. In other words, a program like you're doing at the MBA program on an international basis, I think would be, my opinion, if you got a bachelor's degree, go on and get your master's degree. You suffered that for long, go ahead and get your master's degree. Frankly, at the MBA, you're going to learn so much that'll be invaluable. So
better, we like to think that you're not suffering. We think we deliver a really exceptional experience.
It also matters where you want to go. I mean, some business schools are known for teaching financial management skills, some of them for leadership skills. I mean, there are, just like law schools have different areas. You want to study critical theory, you go to Buffalo, you don't go anywhere else. You want to study legal theory, probably your best shot is Yale. Business schools also have those sorts of specializations and focus. What is yours, Jeff?
Your unique selling proposition, as they'd say with the venture capitalists. What's your USP?
They absolutely do. So this is gonna sound like an answer where I don't want to commit, but we're actually good at a lot of things. We're really known for innovation. We are very much known for accounting and finance. So a lot of that grows out of our. We've got the number 1 or number 2, depending on the ranking. Again, accounting undergraduate program in the country, undergrad and grad combined. We produce a lot. So we have one of the highest numbers of corporate CFOs of Fortune 500 companies of any school in the country. So we're well known in that area. But look, we cover everything. We cover strategic management, marketing, consulting. It really does run the gamut. And that's one of the ways that we're able to have a program of this size. I'll tell you, one of the things that I think would be a fascinating conversation for a future show, I don't have time today to get into it because I am going to have to run shortly, because it came up what David was talking about. It comes up here as well. As more and more content goes online, and you have different schools in any field that are good at different things, we could take law schools. Imagine, I don't think it's crazy to think that the day is going to come where a student who wants to sit for the bar exam and get a JD degree doesn't have to go to just one school to do it. But they can go to Buffalo for critical theory, and they can go to whatever, and they can bundle together by getting the very best in an area from different schools, right? And so, like in business, I can imagine somebody coming to Geets for a whole set of courses and combining that with a course from Northwestern's Kellogg School and a course from Wharton and bundling it all together. Now, there's a really interesting set of questions about who credentials and what's the degree, but I actually think that the notion in higher ed that higher ed was in the business of producing degrees is a notion that's going to become increasingly dated. What we really need to think about is that higher ed institutions are in the business of educating, providing skills and so forth, and that you might be able to cobble it together now that you can do it all from your living room or your bedroom or wherever you are. The idea of needing an institution to certify the degree and that it's all from that one school is an outdated idea.
Well, yeah, but like part of my law degree, when I went to University of Miami, it was actually at St. Edmunds Hall, Oxford University in England, because they allowed me, there was a summer program, they allowed me to go to Oxford and get my credits transferred over from Oxford, and I was going, well, why not? And I honestly, Jeff, I think that was a great experience. I took from professors from Oxford as well as US professors over there, but they allowed the transfer of the credits over to the University of Miami, and I thought that was a great program. It was such a great program that other students started going, and by the third year, Miami shut it down. They wouldn't allow people to do it anymore. Then, listen to this, they reopened it, but you'd have to do it with the University of Miami and Oxford. Back then it was Florida State and Oxford. Okay, you see the politics. In other words, I was going on the Florida State Oxford program.
All of that stuff comes together here. But
yeah.
I still think the power of the idea is powerful enough that we're going to see some pressure on these traditional business models.
Yeah, but I think having something like that, and at Campbell, they've actually created with reading in England, a joint LLM program, Masters in Law program. So Campbell has actually moved in that direction because there's an allure to having going to a foreign university and the United States university. They created a partnership with Reading for that. But I see that also being the part of the future of education, because the international experience, at least from my standpoint, was great to be able to go to London, then go to Oxford, then spend some time in Paris, and then come back when you're a student. That I don't know how you, to me, that was as much educational as going to the classes. So I can see where stuff like that should happen going forward, where you can't.
You studied at Oxford, right? So.
Pardon?
And you get to say you studied at Oxford.
Yeah, I did. But you find out when you're at Oxford, there's no real Oxford. It's always these schools like St. Edmunds. You go to Magdalen, you go to Trinity, you go to all these different colleges, and they call the whole thing Oxford because that's the city that you're in. But yeah, it was a great experience.
Nick, it was great to be back with you all today. I am going to have to get rolling.
Yes.
I'll close with a small joke, which is that I've studied at both Oxford and Cambridge. It's just that it was Oxford, Ohio, and Cambridge, Massachusetts. So
that would be good. Okay, thanks, Jeff. Thanks for popping in.
Thanks for having me.
All right, stay away from COVID-19. Keep your students safe. Okay.
And I take care. Masks, so all set.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll see you. Bye-bye.
Wear a mask. Hey, Nick, I wanted to just talk a little bit about my experience. We're talking about, because people think that the Irish, after the Troubles in the 1850s, came to Boston and New York, but there was a port in between, and it was New Haven. And so all my mother, her parents, everybody settled in New Haven. And so the idea for Irish women was to go to Albertus Magnus to meet and marry a man from Yale. And, my aunt was successful and my mother was not. She settled for a guy from Brown. Poor thing. But I knew which college that I was going to go to when I was in 6th grade. And I was going to go to UMass because that was the cheapest. And my dad told me that I could only go for 3 years. So I had to graduate in 3 years. And I learned later that he was just playing a mind trick with me because, everybody else had money for 4 years, but I was going to have to graduate in 3 years because he knew I could do it. And when I went to UMass, I realized right away that they didn't have a major in logic. So I wasn't really sure what I was going to major in. And so I created my own. UMass allowed you to create your own, which gave me my choice of professors. And so just like they're talking about, you have your choice of universities and what are you interested in? I studied from the professors I was interested in studying from, which could be economics, could be political theory, could be history. It didn't matter to me. It was what was the professor. And Michael Best I think it was Michael Best, this is a long time ago, taught a course in Class and State. And I was really fascinated by this. And he was one of the leading Marxist economic theorists in the country. And so what I did was I read I looked in them. I didn't have time for micro and macroeconomics. So what I looked in, they worked from the same text, the Samuelson text.
Yeah, Samuelson economics. Right.
So I read that. And I took his class, and I was more than capable of following everything in it because I had read the same text they had. And it was a graduate level class, and I took it as a sophomore. But this is what you do, and I say the same thing in health industry now. Is you are responsible for managing your own health, and I was responsible for managing my own education. And I think that that is a lesson that not too many people, when they're young, are taught. You've got
I agree with you. They're not taught that, and you're not giving much guidance. Unfortunately, they have guidance counselors. At least I've never seen. And unfortunately for me, I had to wade my way out of the bramble bush myself. In other words, but when I learned to play chess back in high school, Jim, I had no teachers. I just pulled out the books and learned it myself, and I couldn't have any teachers.
You were all autodidact.
Because I was better than all of them when I was in high school, and I was number 10 in the country when I graduated. So I had no mentors or teachers, so I just had to figure it out myself. And my college career was very limited because I had my BA by taking all these tests. I had my bachelor's degree when I was 19. That's the reason I was in the MBA program. But today I may not have been admitted because they don't want 19-year-olds in MBA programs, but they did back then. So I was in the MBA program when I was 19 because I could get in back then. But today they want what they call an experience, and I had none. I was just good at taking tests for what it was worth. It didn't really mean anything. But education I see changing a lot because of the internet and the access to information that the students have today that didn't have. Matter of fact, with David, I read his book far before I met him, and I was quoting your book in my book, which no one wants to read. Oh, it's this. Oh Lord, it's a horrible book. There it is. See, this is retirement plans. Okay, that's volume 1. I got another volume. If you go through it, you'll see I'm quoting David K. Johnston throughout in his book Perfectly Legal, because when I read his book Perfectly Legal,
I don't quote him once in my book.
Yeah, but see, that's just for dummies. Yeah, he actually hey, look, he's a Pulitzer Prize winner. He wrote a good book, Perfectly Legal. He wrote a good book on Trump. But you write this dummy book and you sell 1 million copies.
Yeah.
Know your audience.
We're jealous of you, pal.
Well, the hilarious thing about that, David, is that there are these really good chess players, these grandmasters. They write these really great books. They'll sell 2,000 or 3,000 copies. That'll be about it.
9,000.
Who was the name of the grandmaster?
Lev
Sakis, who world-class player, one of the top players in the world out of Russia. I'd followed him for years. He sells 9,000. It's a highly technical book on the Sicilian. Great book. Okay, 9,000. Jim writes a book for dummies and he sells 1 million. Okay.
Yeah. So if I wanted to learn to play chess, that's what I'd go get.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the thing is,
it's a renewable resource.
Right, it's a renewable resource because people keep buying the books. We produce more dummies than they buy the book. Well, it just lets me know that to be a bestseller, you need to really kind of dummy down to the lowest possible denominator, or in his case, below the lowest possible denominator.
No, Nick. I mean, it could be true that you're opening up doors to those that might not have had the opportunity. So in that regard, there are far more people that didn't necessarily have the opportunity to share in the joys of chess.
No, well, David should really write a book, Politics for Dummies, and then he'd have huge amounts of people watch.
Politics for Dummies, I'd write, but nobody wants to read that book.
I'd read it. I would read it. But
I would too. But the thing is that I was not writing it for people who wanted to learn chess. I was writing it for the parents of kids who got good at chess and wanted to understand what the kid was talking about. So, and that's why
that's a very smart strategy.
Yeah, and it's a renewable resource because there are always parents who have kids becoming good at chess who don't know anything about chess. Right. So it was first published in 1996. It's still in print in 2020.
Yeah. Oh, and we're going to start 2 more shows after Labor Day on IBM TV. One is going to be a book show, David, in case you have some books that you're writing on. David Crow is actually going to be leading that. It won't be a Just for Dummies book, but we're also starting American Politics with Bill Trezevant out of Washington, D.C. Now that could be a very interesting show. We know that our IBM overlords may frown or be exciting about that, but we're going to invite some of the people that are running for office on the American Politics show. And the reason we're using American Politics, a lot of people like Shakeel, who lives in Australia, or Alexander Starr lives in Canada, who cares about American politics, except that it affects them overseas. In other words, the big American elephant, if it rolls the wrong direction, the Canadians get crushed, or the Australians see the tsunami wash on their shores. So it does seem to make a difference. What is that?
It's
Trusting the King's Gambit. That's
Gambit, which is Shakeel's favorite.
Shakeel's favorite. Yes, it's
what page number? That's the only reason why I bought the book. Can I just actually say something about American politics? which I really shouldn't say this, I shouldn't admit this, but I was actually talking about who's the Speaker of the House in Australia? I can't remember. And I just had a mental blank, and I asked a few people, and nobody could tell me either. I had to end up Googling it. And I was thinking about that today, actually, and I think more Australians today would know who the Speaker of the House is in the United States than they would know who the Speaker of the House of Representatives is in Australia. We're just not paying attention.
Yes, so. Yes, Bill.
Yeah, Jay, I have a question for you. Because you are, in many respects, if not, at least certainly so on this panel, the expert on Trump. Which way do you see, him going over the next 4 days? He's going to have 4 bites at the apple, which, as you know, is
big apple
every night. And I'd like to hear what you kind of think about what you expect to see, what he may or may not do.
What you're going to see from Donald is demonization, demonization, demonization. QAnon is back out, with its claims that in the basement at Comet Pizza, there's pedophiles and cannibals led by Hillary Clinton. By the way, there is no basement at Comet Pizza, concrete slab floor. He's going to press this stuff that I keep getting from the Trump campaign and Trump supporters every day, that Joe Biden is satanic, that the only thing that stands between utter anarchy and the American future is Donald Trump. And that what he's going to do is try to so scare people who don't like the Democrats or don't like Biden that they will turn out to vote in significant numbers. He's not trying to expand his coalition whatsoever. What I think will be the most interesting thing I want to be watching for is, does he give a speech at a reasonable length, or as he sometimes does, like Fidel Castro, is he going to go on and on and on?
Right. Now, David, I just want to bounce some ideas because I've been, trying to figure it out and get ready for the Trump show. And that's this, that when I was looking at it historically speaking, there are certain elements in the Trump campaign and his approach, although there are significant differences, that it strikes me in some respects like the Barry Goldwater campaign, this inflexibility. At least with Goldwater in '64, it was based on policy. And as you know, that became the foundation later for the Republican Party. This is based more on a cult thing, so it's different in that respect. So I wanted to see kind of how you thought of that historically speaking. And then I wanted to see, because it occurred to me that the theme song for the Trump campaign, and I'm open to anybody's ideas on this, but it seemed to me it would be Johnny Cash's Burning Ring of Fire going down in a blaze.
Well, if you see the Republican platform that was put out today.
Yeah, they just came out with 50 points, and I haven't had it, but
it makes reference to policy, but what it really says is our policy is Donald Trump and whatever Donald Trump wants. It's very cultish in its approach. And look at who's not speaking at the Republican virtual convention. It's none of the elders of the party. It's none of the grown-ups. I mean, you look back not that long ago to when George H.W. Bush was president, okay? You had a serious man who had done serious work on behalf of this country, whether you like or don't like his policies. I don't think anybody ever suggested that George Herbert Walker Bush wasn't a serious person. And instead, you have a bunch of people who, they're the functional equivalent at best of another Sarah Palin when she's sober.
You're right. But you see, I guess, and this is what I'm really struggling with, because on the one hand, as a student of history, I'm really concerned because the choices seem to be so stark. And it also, because we're in an age of such polarization, I'm not sure if anybody's even understanding each other. And it's like, we're living in two different Americas right now, 1, 2. But I don't know if, and I'd like to hear from you, that if this persona kind of campaign might actually sweep up, a significant portion of the United States, because we are at an inflection point. But I wanted to hear your thoughts, because when you slow down, it is kind of a scary.
Yeah. Well, here's a little number to keep in your head for the campaign. There's a new CBS News poll. I forget who their partner is in their poll, but 53% of the polled Republicans believe 176,000 deaths is a reasonable price to pay.
I saw that.
90% of Democrats think that that's outrageous. And so when you have a cult-like following and you are submitting to the leader, one of the things that happens is that facts go away. Whatever the leader says is the truth. And what the key to this election is very simple. A number of states, we know how the vote is going to turn out. There's just no question what's going to happen in New York and California, for example. They are going to go for Joe Biden. The key to this election is what happens in the electoral college states that might swing one way or the other, and that's a function of getting people to register, actually getting them to vote, and then having the votes counted. And that's where the Democrats should be putting all their effort. The Republicans are going to put all their effort into that. Plus, I predict to you, and Nick, you call me on this after November 3rd, that at some polling sites, we are going to see armed militias just outside the circle of no politicking to intimidate people. You're not going to see it in Rochester, New York, because it's a foregone conclusion. But in a state that could go either way, like Ohio,
Georgia.
oh yeah, I think the chance
Ohio,
is very high.
Pennsylvania,
Yeah, the
Pennsylvania,
Wisconsin, Michigan,
North Carolina, Wisconsin, Michigan, yeah.
Florida.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very difficult at this point for Trump to win, but to think for a moment that he can't would be just foolish. That's what he's hoping on, is fatigue. I finally went through some Trump fatigue after 5 years and a month. If you go to DC Report, I wrote almost nothing for a month because every time I sat down at my computer, I just was, oh my God, no, I got to do something else. And that's passed. But if I'm feeling that way, I can't imagine how people who are not nearly so engaged would be about this. And there are a lot of people who say, I pay no attention to this anymore because I can't stand it. But this. If there's ever been an election where turning out the vote and getting the votes counted matters, this is it. And here's one other, since you're a lawyer, Bill, one other thing to think about. There's a New Yorker article that Ronnie Duggar wrote some years ago and came after my wife was hired to take the Princeton University Computers Scientists for Social Responsibility technical report, and the way Jim Eade does in Chess for Dummies, turn it into plain English about the ways of manipulating vote counting software. And most of the vote counting softwares companies are controlled by Republicans who are active donors, and B, use what's called spaghetti code rather than block code. Courts in 3 states, and I think it's Texas, Tennessee, and West Virginia, held in, these are trial court rulings, they weren't higher up, but held in trial court rulings that the right of software, or vote counting software companies to the proprietary code trumped the public's right to audit the vote.
Oh, yeah.
Private property rights trumped the honesty of the vote. That should have at the time become a major issue. If that article had run on the front page of the New York Times instead of the New Yorker, I think it would have had a much different impact. And I'm really very concerned about this because, we've seen these things on TV where 11-year-olds within 15 or 20 minutes hack into a voting system.
Right.
And there are supposedly 15,000 GRU officers assigned to deal with propaganda and making trouble, cyber trouble in the United States, in Russia. So I think we should be very concerned about the integrity of the vote. I think it's why it's very important that people vote early. We just filled out our absentee ballot applications in New York today, and we will drive our ballots down to the county elections office when they come in October.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it seems to me, David, that we're going to have quite a circus going on. But I believe that our fearless leader came from didn't he have shows called like Celebrity Apprentice? At one point in time, was that his show?
That was the second show after Apprentice.
Apprentice and Celebrity Apprentice, right? Now, what's the difference between Celebrity Apprentice and what's going on right now in Washington D.C.?
Oh, virtually none. I mean, it's remember Donald promised he'd get us the best people, and look who we have. And by the way, this is typical of authoritarian regimes as they take power. the circle of people around the leader shrinks and shrinks. I asked somebody the other day, look, if the president of the United States personally called you and asked you to serve in his administration, and I couldn't even get to the end of the person who was a Republican said, absolutely not. I would not taint the rest of my life. And I said, it's the president of the United States. It's not Donald Trump. It's the office of the president. No, under no circumstances. And that's the kind of problem he has. He can't attract the best people because people understand that unless he succeeds and we become a dictatorial regime, the rest of their lives will be tainted by their association with him.
Yeah, but the thing is,
can I just jump in here just quickly though? Sorry, like based on what we see on the media here in Australia, and I can only talk a little bit about what's seen in the UK. What we're hearing is everything that you've just said. We're hearing that about the Democrats. Like that's how it's being spun in our media. That the Democrats are cultish. They've got this cult-like following. They just want to do all this stuff, and it's going to be crazy. That's what we're hearing, and so it's kind of interesting to hear you say something that's about Donald Trump that we're hearing about the Democrats.
Yeah, Shaq, that's absolutely fascinating because there's no cult for Joe Biden. I mean, I think most people will see him as a transition president. He's only going to serve one term if he wins, and he's not going to say that for obvious reasons. But I think that's pretty clear. If it was Elizabeth Warren who was running, I would say, yeah, there's a good chance there's a cult. And I think Elizabeth Warren, who I've known almost as long as I've known Donald Trump, is the finest public servant I have ever met in my life, hands down. But if it was her, you could argue it's a cult. What the Democrats very clearly tried to do in their virtual convention this last week is to press unity, decency, respect for other people, respect for the rule of law, and building better. Those are their very clear themes. And the principal criticism I've seen of their virtual convention, there were very minor technical difficulties. You get to hear the control room people talking a few times. The principal criticism I've heard is that there were too many people of color, including from some people of color. And that if you were trying to strategize, they probably should have had more suburban soccer moms, as we called them in the 90s.
Yeah, and Alexander, what do they think about Trump in Russia?
Yeah.
Do they hate Trump, like Trump, or how does the Russians view of Trump?
Or the Ukrainians?
It is, I'll tell you about Canadians after Russians. Okay, in Russia, a very interesting situation is that, of course, almost 100% of population is heavily for Trump, and they just almost pray every day that he will be re-elected, and they just love him and so on. That Putin and his friends are disappointed in Trump, and I already mentioned that, and I'll just repeat myself that he had for 2 years, he had a presidency, Senate, House, judges, had everything under his disposal, and he failed to deliver. And so that's a big taint on him from the Putin's and his friends' point of view. But listen, it's still a better outcome even for them that Trump will win rather than Biden. So probably automatically to please Putin, of course, all this FSB, KGB, and all these institutions, they will be heavily helping Trump, whether we want it or not, but that's going to happen. And maybe it will work again, maybe not. It's very difficult to say. See, if American people would understand what's really happening to them, that they are being robbed by new laws, dark money, the development of actually burning the previous way of life, the access to education, the absolutely incredible conditions where America lives now, even compared to poor cousins such as Canada. People would definitely go out and vote for Biden, or it doesn't matter Biden or Mickey Mouse, it just doesn't matter. The point would be just to get rid of Trump. But people just don't see it that way. They just involved in their little things. They're trying to survive, and it will be more and more difficult to survive for these people. And with another 4 years of Trump's presidency, I'll tell you, most people will be destitute. They will be out of jobs. They will be out of medical care, and it will become really a third world country.
I'm glad you said it. I'm glad you said
it. Sasha, how's it playing in Ukraine, in Liev and in Kyiv?
You know, Ukraine is a very interesting story. I think Russia sort of let it go for a while, and so they're like in nowhere land. Nobody really needs Ukraine, or even Ukrainians themselves don't need Ukraine. They're all trying to escape to Germany or even Czech Republic, or just doesn't matter where, but just to escape. And now in Belarus is a different story. They had this horrible election, which we'll see in November here in the United States. And as the joke goes, that what's the difference between Lukashenko and Trump is that Lukashenko wears a mustache and Trump doesn't.
When I was in Ukraine a year and a half ago, everybody I met, waitress who waited on me in the hotel, or cab drivers, clerks in stores I was able to get into conversations who spoke English, they were all deeply worried about Trump's relationship with Putin and fearful that the war in the Donbass was going to move west, and one day, Russian troops would just show up and leave in Kyiv.
Yeah, I agree with you. I've been a few years ago in Ukraine. They were very worried about this growing phenomena, and it's just coming to the fact that very interestingly, last weekend, my wife and I were invited to just a party with a couple of friends here in Toronto, and they had actually a lot of people, about 12 people. Almost all spoke Russian, and I knew only 4 of them. Others I never met. And even with this 4, I never discussed politics. I don't see them very often. And all of a sudden, the politics, United States, Trump, and all that stuff. So I was listening for a while, and I figured out that, of course, all of them, except my wife and me, are all pro-Trump. They're all watching Russian First channel on television, so they're all pro-Trump and so on.
Yeah, most of my Russian friends in Western New York or Ukrainian friends say the same thing, that most of the people around them are very pro-Trump. Absolutely. And they sometimes send me notes saying, I point out facts and things to them, and it doesn't matter. They're very, very pro-Trump. And so that resonates with what I'm learning from I have a number of friends who are Russian and Ukrainian immigrants.
Anyway, I asked just one question about Biden, and I asked because whenever I was asking questions about Trump, they were all immediately started to talk about how Biden and Democrats, they're so terrible, they will build up the communism in the United States, or so on and on. So they didn't really so much defend Trump and his policy as they were so much very vocal against Biden. So I asked them, look, I live here in Canada for almost actually over 14 years. I've been many times in the United States, including years when Clinton and Obama were president. And I never seen any indications that either of them was trying to build the communism. Furthermore, Biden, who is going to allow him to build the communism? Maybe Mike Bloomberg, or who?
Yeah, that's another theme that I've been seeing in the right-wing and pro-Trump materials I'm getting, is that communism is on the way. These people are all communists. And it's like, really, show me. I want to see all these communists that are running around. I don't think that's going to play with adults, but it's certainly going to play with an element of people who aren't well informed.
Yes, we have
okay,
Holmes,
you found one. You found one over here. Over here.
Yeah.
Over here.
Yeah.
I'm a communist.
Yeah, I was going to say, but aren't you the chairman of the American International Chamber of Commerce over there in LA?
Yes,
right?
I am.
And you live in California, right?
I'm also a communist.
I was going to say, but everybody in California is a communist. So, we already know that with the tax rates going to over 16%. But Holmes, but then when you look at this, because I have a lot of Republican, my company is located in a Republican headquarters, so I get to listen to all the other arguments, which I will not propound before this, but because what I like to do is bring them in, and they'll propound the arguments going the other way. But isn't it a little bit disingenuous for the Social Republic of California to purport to have high tax rates, and then these large companies, which I will not name because I don't want to get sued again, move their operations offshore to avoid the taxes in California? In other words, they create offshore entities like, no kidding, well documented, and David knows about this.
Well, you don't even have to go offshore. You can just do it domestically. I mean, when I was dragooned almost 30 years ago into becoming head of the newspaper guild at the Philadelphia Inquirer and Daily News, and I suddenly was gifted with the exact same report that the CEO of Knight Ridder Newspapers got at my home. And what I discovered was that they kept telling us they were losing money on the newspapers. Well, actually, they were making a more than 20% profit margin, but they swept all the money every day to Miami where it wouldn't be taxed because there's no state corporate income tax in Miami. And then they loaned capital back at the highest interest rate the government allowed, so that internally they're making tons of money, but they could argue that we weren't. And, state corporate income taxes, they need to go. I actually think we need to get rid of the federal corporate income tax, but with a replacement mechanism that'll be in my next book. But state corporate income taxes are ridiculous.
Yeah. But the thing is, Microsoft, as you well know, has 400 tax attorneys, and a lot of the operations are shifted offshore, so the funds go offshore before they come back. They do the double Dutch Irish sandwich. So do some of the other big companies in the
same
Silicon
thing with
Valley.
Hollywood actors. I mean, just look at,
you're right. Okay, but
if you look at the IRS data on the Malibu zip code and the Beverly Hills zip code, nobody in either of those places could afford to rent a place, much less buy one.
Right. Yeah, but then the thing is, they talk about, hey, we want more taxes, but it seems to me the taxes in California are for the ill-informed. Wouldn't that be correct?
Yeah, no, that's exactly like a lot of taxes. They're for the ill-informed.
Can I
advised.
Can I just say something about that though? I remember actually sitting with my personal tax advisors and my company tax advisors in Australia, and we'd seen something that Bernie Sanders, I think it was Bernie Sanders had said it, who'd said, we're going to raise tax rates really high because people don't pay them anyway, so it doesn't matter how high we make them. And I'm sitting there going, but if I don't want to game the system and I actually want to pay tax appropriately, I would end up paying tax at a much higher rate than what was intended, because I'm not using the loopholes that are written into the tax code. It's a very inefficient thing, and it's relevant to us here in Australia as well, because we've got a tax system that it's not quite as complex with you guys with different state and federal taxes, but we've got a tax code that essentially does the same thing to some people.
Well, Shakeel, that's what my next book is about. It's getting rid of all of that filigree, as I call it, in the law, and almost all of it is there as a special favor to this or that entity, and then because they don't link up perfectly, it creates lots of opportunities, and there's no need for any of that. And we live in a digital age. We can have a radically simplified tax code, and the larger the base you tax, the lower the rate you can have. But right now we literally cost ourselves money. If a corporation gets to defer its tax for 30 years and earns more than 5% a year, they're better off with the deferral at the end of the day than not today. And in the meantime, the federal government goes out and borrows money to make up for the tax revenue it won't collect for 30 years. And the interest payments put us in a serious negative position. And this is just nuts. It's a massive hidden upward transfer of wealth. And we want to encourage business. We want people to make things and provide services and create wealth, but we shouldn't have this crazy system of subsidizing them through these Rube Goldberg contraptions that are a drag on the economy. And a lot of the work that Nick does, love you, Nick, but a lot of it is economically unproductive work. We could put the same firepower to work in other areas that would be more beneficial to society than tax avoidance. And we should be focusing on things like what Holmes brought up last week about we have a shortage of homes for ordinary people and a surplus of homes for very rich people. And part of the reason is building codes and the lumber lobby, which I've been reading up on this week. It actually is quite interesting, and I hope Holmes will send me more information to add to my research.
Yep.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
Yeah, but well, see those social issues are just not really addressed in tax law school, David. I'm sorry that the thing is, and I'll tell you the marching orders. I think that all this week, last week, I met half a dozen of my new clients coming in. None of them had incomes less than $1 million. They're always million plus. Okay, my marching orders is always to reduce our taxes to lowest denominator using the Internal Revenue Code, using the qualified plans that we set up, and on top of it, to add icing to the cake, minimize the employee contributions. Seriously. Yep. Okay. And it's not like there's one, it's all of them. All of them, yeah. David. Okay.
Well, now, Ed, the great law professor, the guy who designed all the big tax shelters and wrote that wonderful book, We're Better Than This, about our tax system.
Yeah, Ed Schreckle, yes. I know who you're talking about, yes.
Ed, who became a professor at the University of Southern California.
University of Southern California.
Yeah,
and Kleinbard, I think his name is.
Ed Kleinbard. Ed Kleinbard, right. Yeah, and I negotiated with him before he died that I could say that he was doing penance for his years of creating tax shelters. As long as I put it in my words, not his, he was perfectly fine with that. Right. But, Kleinbard made a very revealing and interesting observation in his really thick doorstop of a book. He said, everybody's taught in economics school that because of marginal utility, once you have large amount of money, the next dollar really doesn't matter that much to you. It's insignificant. And he said, not my clients. They love their money. They have an unlimited love for their money. And every more dollar they have, the more love they have for their money. Yeah. And I think that was really a very important insight. It goes to with the behavioralism rather than the algebra school of economics.
Right. And there's another shelter out there that I talk about, but as my people say, it's called the Malta Pension Trust. If people want to look at it, go Google Malta Pension Trust. It's a high-end tax shelter that is designed for U.S. citizens who take advantage of the U.S.-Malta tax treaty. And go Malta Pension Trust, Florida Bar, read the article. It was published about 2 years ago. And if you want to talk about a high-end tax strategy, that's one of the best that are out there. And the problem is, David, there's a lot of stuff out there, but it's for the well-informed. The real problem is most people are uninformed, or they don't seek attorneys that know this stuff. Among our bar, it's like, hey, look, everybody knows about them.
And you need a certain level of income to make them work. I mean, one of the things I pointed out in Perfectly Legal is anybody can do the devices that I exposed in Perfectly Legal.
Right.
But unless your income's 7 figures or higher,
correct, it doesn't make sense.
The costs of it defeat the tax savings.
That is absolutely correct. This is usually for 8-figure or more income, but there are people out there that do have that, or 8-figure and more in gain. Then you take them to a Malta Pension Trust. But other than that, for the average taxpayer, forget it. It's not even a conversation. Even the people that make $1 million a year, forget it. It's not really for them. But if you're up in that stratosphere, then you look at the Malta Pension Trust, and there are shelters out there that people can use. But most of the average Americans haven't even heard of it. It's just like what Ed Kleinbard wrote on, which is the double Dutch Irish sandwich. Almost every corporation that's large in the United States is involved in that in a captive insurance company. But if you ask the average American what a captive insurance company is, they won't even have a clue.
Most car dealers have a captive insurance company, by the way. Yeah, any large car dealer. The St. Kitts, I think, if I remember correctly, is the favored location for them. But you see all these ads on TV in America. I got my engine and transmission replaced because I bought so-and-so's car warranty. And they're mostly set up as captive insurers offshore.
Right. Yes, right.
And they pay very little out, and they're a great device for saving money. And then when you sell the dealership, you fold the insurance company and take the dividend, tax free.
Right. And the thing is, it's just a very favored corporate tax shelter. Almost all the Fortune 500 companies have it. And now the Fortune 1000 and the rest of the people are playing in it. But again, you have to have incomes, usually, a high 6-7 figures, or it's really not a shelter for, it's like this. It's available, but it's really not for you. But the thing is, the captives, and we did a show recently with Professor Beckett Cantley on IBM TV revolving around the captive insurance companies, because Professor Cantley spends almost all his time with captives. And usually I'll work with somebody who spends all of their time in the captive insurance area. But all these high-end tax shelters, if you never hear them discussed by the Democrats or Republicans, ever. It's almost like they don't even exist, and they do exist. I can tell you that right now. and a lot of these people use them to their advantage.
Isn't it a function of how do you explain it to the grocery store clerk? I mean, the existence of them. Just if you were in a politician's shoes, let's just even say Bernie Sanders, how would you turn around and explain how everybody is gaming the system to a clerk without starting a revolution?
The last part's the problem, because the thing is, the real problem with your grocery clerk is they're taxed at because they pay Social Security and Medicare taxes, they pay 15.3% between them and the employer from $1. But here's how they obfuscate it, Bill. Okay, it's only when they look at their wage statement, they see 6.2% taken out for Social Security and 1.45 for Medicare. What they don't see, it's like this wall. Their employer matched it and took it out of their salary. Seriously.
Which is additional wages taxed at a real rate of 100%.
Yes, but see what they did, David, is they hit it. They hit it. So
communism.
The average American wage slave in the United States don't know that 15.3% from $1 is taken out. And here's what they also don't know. Once you reach a magic number of 137,900 in income, 12.4% of it, like magic, goes away. You don't pay it anymore. You don't pay that. And when I told my employees about it years ago when I was running my company, they looked at me startled. I said, "Oh, I see you don't know about this, because here's the reason you don't know. You never made more than 137,000 in your life. So you don't know the wage basic."
And there's another element to that, Nick. I've had innumerable conversations in my life, starting in high school, with workers who say, well, you get overtime, your paycheck goes down. And you go, no, it can't go down. You got time and a half for working overtime or double time, or if you're really lucky, double time and a half. And a larger share came out of it, but there's no 100+% tax rate on you. But I've found lots of people as recently as last year who just, no. If you work overtime, your taxes go up and you have less money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's the same here in Australia. People often will get that impression, and we have a tax-free, like the first, I think it's 20,000 almost that you earn is tax-free, but you can actually choose to pay tax on it. And people are like, oh, I'm paying the full rate of tax. I'm like, no, you're paying more tax than what you need to, so that you can get a big lump sum payment at the end of tax time. Like, that's why you're doing it. But the misunderstanding for the everyday person on issues like tax is certainly out there. In relation to international tax shelters and things like that, look, I do think as well that we need to have a bit more of an international consensus, at least amongst countries that agree with each other. So you're not seeing all this gaming going on. There's gaming going on between EU countries, and that's why there's been this massive race to the bottom on taxes. I mean, people often talk about Sweden as being sort of this socialist thing that they should hold up. Sweden doesn't call themselves socialist, but people often refer to them. But their corporate rate of tax is 21%. It's really low.
Yeah, it's actually a very entrepreneurial country.
Yeah. And they're very, very business friendly. I mean, I probably wouldn't go there. It's a bit cold for me. But if I was going to set up a business, that would certainly be a place that I would consider, because of how easy it is to set up. There's not too many regulations, surprisingly, and they will actually help you do it. So all those things have to come into play.
But also the marginal tax rate is not the effective tax rate. So as we well know, the thing is you can have a marginal rate of 90%, but your effective tax rate may be 2% because of the deductions, the exclusions, the credits, and the gaming of the system that reduces your tax rate down to next to nothing. But what I found out, yeah, go on, David.
Well, and because of a statistical fluke in the IRS data, there were 398 people in 1961 who reported an income over $1 million. So you can compare that to the reports we had for 20 years or so, 25 years of the top 400 taxpayers. And the people who made over $1 million a year, their effective tax rate wasn't the 91% marginal rate in effect at all. It was their effective tax rate was 46%.
Mm-hmm. Right.
By the time I found this, just by happenstance, going through statistical books on an airplane flight, the tax rate for the top 400 was 16.6%, not 46%. And the after-tax income of that group had grown something like 78-fold, whereas the after-tax income of the bottom 90% was, for all practical purposes, flat when you adjusted for inflation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the thing is, the ability to take advantage of certain things in the Internal Revenue Code are a lot better, and plus they learn about taxes. As I told people,
and we kept top marginal rates, which I'm not arguing against. I'm just saying, 46% to 16% explosive growth in income at the top, the 90% income flat, and tax rates slightly lower for income taxes. When you put in payroll taxes, slightly higher.
Right, and the thing is, the best form of receiving or building net worth is to inherit it, because your effective tax rate can be zero, up to around 23 million, zero. So if you inherit money, no taxes. Seriously.
Well, some of your friends claim to me that they can do 10 times that level with a few years of black letter law planning.
Oh, you can. You can do 10 times that level, of course, because you can use limited partnership. I spent 17 years of my career actually eliminating or reducing significantly taxes for the founder of Coca-Cola, the founding family of Coca-Cola, the president of Philip Morris, the president of Kimberly-Clark, the founder of Dunkin' Donuts, to drive that rate down by using effective tax planning. Today, there's a whole cottage industry, which, Jonathan Blockmacher being one of them, that they spend their time reducing or eliminating the federal estate tax, so it drums down to zero. Then the next thing is capital gains. Capital gains is a lot better, or else building up your net worth without paying capital gains tax.
And at the same time, we're not focusing on what really builds economies, which is net domestic capital investment.
Right. Okay. Well, the thing is, what happens is that's for engineers, not for financial engineers. The financial engineers, our marching orders is to maintain these people and their large net worths and their large amount of wealth. So it's concentrated in a very small group of people that have knowledge of this, as opposed to the vast majority that don't even know that that's what's being played out there. They're being played and they don't even know. They vote along racial, ethnic, does this person look like me or not lines. They never look at the economy, which will make a lot more difference in their lives than any of those others combined. It's almost sudden, oh, I don't want to learn this. It's too complicated. Well, that's one reason I'm grateful that Sasha's doing an investment show on Wednesday, because that type of education isn't being given in our regular schools. In other words, how to actually do investments. And we're going to try to increase programming in that area, like mortgages, student loans. Yeah, we had Jeff Brown on, but let me tell you something. The student loan problem is atrocious. A lot of it's with private schools, not so much the state schools like the University of Illinois, but the student loan program, non-dischargeable debt and bankruptcy. What do we have right now in student loans? Kids that are walking out.
Over $1 trillion. And the problem is highly concentrated in these for-profit schools, many of which failed, like Pyramid, I think was the name of one of the companies. And how did we get that law? Back in, I think it was 68, but it might have been 67. CBS News interviewed a handsome young guy in a swimsuit on the beach at Malibu, who's a doctor, who said that, he gotten out of the draft by going to medical school, and of course he wasn't going to pay back his student debt, and they had no way to make him pay it back. And Congress passed this onerous law because of what turned out to be fewer than 100 medical students who found a loophole to get out of their tax. So everybody's been paying the price for that since then. You know, education should not be a money lending business. The education policy should be, how many years of taxpayer financed education do you need to have a reliably prosperous, socially cohesive society? And then you figure out how to pay for it, not doing what we've done. And I got to run, guys.
All right, David. Thanks.
See you next week.
We'll see you next week. All right. Thanks, David.
That's funny because my son went to Loyola Law School with Johnny Cochran, okay, and he borrowed $155,000 for tuition, and he ended up paying more than the job that he had. He couldn't pay rent. He had to walk to work. It was absolutely horrendous. He had to end up joining the Army to defer those payments because he couldn't even eat. Okay.
Yeah,
it's so horrible.
Well, that's what I'm saying. In other words, the thing is, we're going to do a whole show on that because I think that the kids are being misled by their advisors about the value of education and going for a value education as opposed to these high-priced education and being strapped with student loans. It's also created a problem in my practice because even dentists and doctors and businessmen who want to sell their companies to the younger generation, they can't do it, Holmes, because they don't have any money and they're strapped with student loans. In other words, the kids are come out with incredible financial stress. So financial education is very important for IBM TV, and we're going to hammer on that student loan. And he was talking about the Bankruptcy, Abuse, and Consumer Protection Act of 2005, which made student loans non-dischargeable in bankruptcy, creating a whole class.
People, the millennials, my son's age, in their 30s, they're traumatized. This is trauma for them.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
they're fighting for survival. Okay, in a world where the prices are spiraling up. Okay, there are less and less jobs. Okay, there's more and more competition, and they got this saddle of this student loan on their back that's doubling and doubling and doubling. It's a lot of trauma.
And it's going to be an area that we're going to discuss. We're going to bring in some of our professors around the United States to discuss that because I see that to be an extremely big problem. The other thing is, of course, we need to save money, and with that, we have a person that can help us save money by buying things that are value. In other words, it's just like what Alexander Starr does. Alexander Starr does not overpay for his stock. And I don't see Shakeel look at the stock price and goes, you know what? I think your stock's better than that. I'm going to pay you 10 or 20% more. Okay.
I was going to ask Shakeel, what happened? Did somebody die today? Are you going to a funeral?
He's unbelievable. He's no, what happened in reality? He saw Bill show up on the show and he said, I need to upgrade. So Shakeel is now an upgraded version of Shakeel. So
when I first came in, I didn't even recognize him.
No, who is this guy?
Now
he looks like a guy who does manage $1 billion. Okay,
but even so, I mean, Bill deserves to look that way. I'm not sure that Shaq does. I mean, look at him. He looks. I don't know, like the Buffon. Isn't that the term?
Anyway, Barefoot Tipton.
Yeah.
Remember that guy?
Yeah, sure. We all remember him. But
the thing is, what I'm going to do, since I know now that he manages billions of dollars, I'm going to bring in some of my other friends that manage billions of dollars. To me, that's a lot of work. But if that's what they like to do, let them do it. Okay, somebody's got to do that type of work.
Let me just answer Holmes's question. Unlike the chairman of the Pacific Rim Chamber of Commerce, the president of the Board of Advisors for that very same Chamber of Commerce sometimes, occasionally, has to put a suit on and go to important meetings.
There we go. So he does have a suit. So it does exist.
Well, I think he looks very dashing, and I like
he looks dapper.
Up, and I was not supposed to be beamed in because I'm not suited up today, but what a great talk you guys have. I've been listening to you while I've been working backstage, and Economics Monday is just so energizing. Conversations about all the different aspects, and Holmes, you couldn't be more right at this moment in time. Our children are struggling in a way that they should not have to be. I am a very big proponent, and I speak on this, that we need to leave a better footprint than what was left for us. And that is something I spoke at during a commencement exercise at NC State a few years ago, that we need to leave a better footprint, and we're not.
Yeah, and I want to know this Bill, which political party is addressing the 1.5 trillion in student debts?
Actually, the Biden campaign.
Oh, they are. Okay, I didn't know that. I'd like to know I'd like to know their solution, how they're going to make that one disappear. In the meantime, we're here to save money, and Lynn Shepard with the Family Dollar Store. Can you give us an update how to save money? I don't think you can save enough to eliminate 1.5 trillion, but at least you can save some money.
Well, you can buy $2 trillion worth of the line remover, and then you will save 1.5 trillion. I'm kidding, of course. But anyway, yes. So my family owns an online dollar store. You can see the link, family.dollarstore.com. We have 4,300 plus items. They're quality items. They're not cheap items. They're quality items, which we sell a lot less expensively than you're going to find in many over-the-counter stores, or even many online stores. And I'll give you an example. One of the products that Kimberly talks about periodically, which is the line remover, that only one person out of the 7 of us really cares about, and she doesn't have any lines anyway. But that particular product sells for $67 at Amazon, plus shipping, and we sell it for $4.99. So there are lots of savings that you can get. And when you're trying to teach people, look, Nick, you were talking about people should watch Sasha's program and they learn from Sasha's program. And I would tell you that Sasha's program is probably money management and wealth 303, because the basics aren't taught. Money management 101 isn't taught in any school. Teaching people to save money. The time is money. And therefore, I mean, one of the aspects of the online store is don't go out. Don't worry. Don't subject yourself to COVID. Stay at home. Order. Have it delivered to your home. Order $25 or more of products, and there are lots of products that everybody can use. And when you do, it's shipped directly to your house, and it's shipped for free. So if you look at the 5 aspects that Kimberly loves to talk about, number 1, save money. But number 2, when you save money, you can then pay for things that you have to pay for. And then the addition, whatever you have left over, you continue to invest that, and you have enough money to pay taxes. And then when it's all said and done, you still have money left over because you saved money. Time was money. You saved the expenses of going out, and you can pay forward, which is number 5. But you can do that just in one click of the of your mouse by going to the IBM TV store website, click on the big round green button, shop at the dollar store, and you're doing 2 things. 1, you're saving money, and 2, you're paying forward. Because what are we doing? We're giving money to Money Masters PBS. Normally it's 50% of our profit, but through the end of September, it's 100%. And why wouldn't people want to save money on things they're buying all the time, have it delivered to their home, not have to pay for shipping? I guess it's beyond me, but then some people like pain. Oh, but we can take care of that too, because if you like pain, we have the Extreme CBD patch that has 4% lidocaine in it. And we know that unfortunately my normal straight man left. So Bill, I might have to make you my straight man, because if you play chess with Sasha, I know you're going to have the same kind of pain that Jim has, and you need to put the patch on your head before you play. And of course, then everybody gets tendonitis in their arms from playing chess. Those chess pieces are really heavy, so put it on your arm to reduce the pain. And
actually, Lynn,
what's that, Bill? Go ahead.
It's extremely important now, given last week's convention and this week's convention. I think people would want to be stocking up on the pain patch.
Oh, absolutely.
Not me. I know I am. But.
Good point, Bill. Very good point.
It
One of
is.
the things I want to comment to people that this isn't just off-brand products. This is name brand products that you can get. They got majority of the soaps that I've always liked, including Irish Spring. But they've got shampoos, they've got baby products, they got toothpaste, toothbrush. They've got any kind of essential you need. You don't need to go to the store to shop for it, and they got it at a discount price. And that to me is very important, because now I don't have to go out shopping, which I'm not really a big shopper anyway. And I'm saving money. And if I spend $25, which, boy, I stock up on a lot of things, spending $25, I get free shipping. So, it makes sense. Good common sense and sense to do this.
Yeah, Kim, I think they have over 4,000 products. I don't know if Lynn can list them all, but
No.
We're not.
No. Lynn has said, see, Bill, you're new to the show. You have to understand that Mark Lee, we have given Mark the job of knowing all 4,300 plus items. He ran into a big roadblock when he got to 4,191, okay, or 4,119. I think that was the number, although he said he looked at about 5 or 6 more, but he ran into a roadblock. But, he'll get through it. I can't do all 4,300 plus items, Bill. Please don't ask me to do that. What I can say is there are lots of items. Look at this: Caress, Dove, Dial, the soaps. When we were talking to Dr. Segoo and Dr. Yu, I pointed out that Dove, which it lathers really fast, will take the shield off of the coronavirus and break the coronavirus down much faster than most of the other soaps. So I like Dove anyway, but Irish Spring is really good. The smell of Irish Spring, we put them in our drawers just to make our clothes smell good. But anyway, here's one thing I forgot to tell you. For anybody who signs up to become a customer, you get automatically $5 worth of gift tokens. So what are $5? What are gift tokens? Gift tokens are the equivalent of gift cards. So immediately by signing up to become a customer, someone gets $5 worth of basically savings that you can do on your first order immediately. You get gift tokens for every purchase, but between now and the end of August, so that's 1 week, if people sign up to become customers, we're going to send them an additional $5 worth of gift tokens. So now they have 10. And so why not? Now we could ship to Sasha in Toronto, but Sasha knows that there's a problem with Border Patrol, so we can't do that. But we're not going to ship to Australia until we get an online store there with local distribution, and then we can do that. But Shaq can sign up to become a customer because he has lots of friends here in the United States to whom he can send the gift tokens. I mean, for instance, Shaq, you could send them to Holmes. And because Holmes is the chairman and you're only the president, I'm suggesting that probably that's exactly what's going to happen. Okay. But look at, I wish my grandson, wish we'd had the store when my grandson was at Penn State, because they could have used this stuff instead of cooking. You should have seen their kitchen when we went to bring him home after he graduated. This stuff you can throw out. Once you eat the food, you throw the containers out. then they wouldn't have had to have a kitchen that would have taken 5 days to clean up before they left. But anyway, so be it. Look at that, Energizer batteries, different kinds of CBD products, all done in small packets. Okay, so you can try them out. And I mean, what can I say? Kimberly, you said it earlier. They're quality products. Bic razors. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, well, Lynn, I was curious about the masks.
Oh, the masks.
Yes.
Yeah, I knew it because you've got to get your phone out so that you can do the computation.
Yes.
See?
I have it right here.
Okay, good. So normally boxes of masks, okay, you can get 50 masks in a box for $25. But with the gift tokens, Bill, using 5 of them, it's only going to cost you $20 with free shipping.
That's correct.
So how much per mask is that?
50 cents.
Well, no, that's $25, but $20.
40 cents.
40 cents. There you go.
Okay.
But now, if you get the extra $5, now it's only $15. So how much is that? 30 cents. 30 cents.
Lynn, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. Jim, look, we probably need Jim to do the computation, Bill, but that's all right.
Well, you're just now getting used to Bill. I mean, so, just kind of throwing him under the bus to get out his calculator on these great, wonderful calculations. But this is what I have to share with people. You can easily send a gift certificate to your kids that are going away to universities right now that could use some of these great and wonderful supplies that are, again, name brands. I purchased one of the products over the counter. It cost $25 over the counter. I purchased it here online. It's $2. Same product. So, I just encourage people to not only just be saving money, saving your time from shopping, because that to me is money, but also you're donating to a good cause, right? You're donating to Money Masters, whose mission is to close that gap between sustainability and poverty. And the way we do that is through financial literacy programs, and we inspire financial fitness. And when you do that, when you start closing that gap, you start reducing crime. You start cleaning up the communities. People start taking pride because they have purpose. And this is what we want to do. And so this is one of the great things about Money Masters PBS is we inspire these things by having great guests on our show like you guys, right? Like Sasha, Bill, Shaq, Holmes. Where's Nick? but also we can't do it without the wonderful and beautiful sponsorship and big heart that Lynn has. And Lynn had this big heart too when he heard about what we were doing. He said, you know what, I want to work with you guys and help you. So you're doing more than just, saving money, right? And managing your money well and buying good products. We'll teach you how to invest it with Sasha's show. Or Shaq. I think Shaq's going to be doing a show too on investments, right, Shaq? Just throwing you under the bus, Shaq.
I think he has to dress up better than he is now to do that show.
I'm telling you. But, but then you've got other people that come on our show and we share all of these experiences like Holmes and David K. Johnston. And gosh, there was a bunch of guys today. I had to kind of beam out so that they can come in and talk. But this is great experience. You cannot get this anywhere. You cannot buy this experience. Okay. And as I always say, education is valuable. Experience is expensive. But other people's experience is priceless. And when you're learning from other people's success and as well as their errors and mistakes, you save a lot and you gain a lot. So I just, thank you, Lynn, so much for your sponsorship and for a great place for me to shop at. I've got a box full of stuff over here. I got my napkins, my Minion napkins, which I love. And, it's just great. It's a great collaboration and to be able to have somebody support us like this, but also have products to share. And don't forget, You can also share a box of supplies for babies, right? During COVID, we can't have all of these parties and events. So if somebody's having a baby, send them a box. Wow, Nick, where were you?
Backstage.
Eating?
Hey, look, I've been going 4 hours.
I know. Nick is pulling a long, hard duty of 4 hours, which is not easy.
Yeah, this is the only 4-hour show I did, but I didn't know Shaquille's going to show up Wednesday. Now I got to go see the Wednesday show with Sasha and Shaquille, the professional investor versus the individual investor.
So let's talk about that. That's going to be 8 a.m., right? Our time?
No, I think they're 1 o'clock Eastern.
Oh, Shaq shows up on Sasha's show, but
yeah,
is there a show at 8 a.m. on Wednesday as well?
I don't know anything about that one. That might be not the I know of. The one that I want to see is Shaquille and Sasha going at each other, the individual versus the professional investor.
Okay.
Fight each other. See which one wins. Is it the tied down professional investor, or is it the punching individual investor? We'll know more.
He gets the advantage though, because it's 1 o'clock for him and it's 3 a.m. for me. So
3 a.m.
Shaq's a good sport.
We can change time to something more suitable for you.
No, don't do that. Come on, Shaq. You want to keep this guy at 3 o'clock in the morning. Here comes Shaquille. He's got to pull the investment strings.
Oh, maybe there.
So I think that we've also got some, we've been expanding a lot here at IBM TV and organically as well as through some sponsorships. But we have got almost 50 new shows now, and we air from 2 a.m. in the morning with some of our shows here in the U.S. because they air in other countries, right? We air other languages now. So our content is expanding globally. This is very exciting to be able to grow the company like this. And it's just, I mean, our goal is in 12 months to have 100 shows running almost 24 hours a day, right, Nick?
Yes, and our ultimate goal is to be the largest producer of television in the world, but that's something that no one heard of yet, and we can do that through the internet. Thank you very much. But also, as we're getting close to the hour, I do want to thank our.
Before we leave, folks, I have an announcement to make.
Oh, we have an announcement. Okay, let's get an announcement from Holmes.
Let's make an announcement, Holmes.
We've just basically signed up 10 cities to do our Peace Day.
Our Peace Day. What day is going to be Peace Day anyway? What's Peace Day?
September 18th.
September 18th. Okay, right. And that's going to knock off.
It'll be transmitted. The main transmission will be out of Toronto, Canada.
Okay.
And we'll have it on IBM TV and on around the world. We have simulcast in Hanoi, Vietnam, and Peace Park.
Sweet.
Because it's a 45th anniversary of the end of the Vietnam War. And it is World Peace Day.
Yes, and I just want to know.
And we're going to be doing World Peace Day. We've already started talking with all of our producers in other countries to help sponsor and promote it as well and offer whatever they can throughout.
Can our producers and our people that are on IBM TV be involved in that, Holmes?
Well, that's what I'm telling you.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure.
We're working on that with them tomorrow as well. We're going to start working on this tomorrow.
I just want to make sure because we had a heavy lineup today, and of course on the 18th we can bring in more people, so it'll be a pretty heavy lineup. But I do want to thank Bill Trezevant with our Washington report, which is now every day, and after Labor Day we're going to have American politics, which will be a very interesting show. Shakeel Latimer, our billion-dollar money manager from Australia, Perth, Sydney, but his funds are in Liechtenstein and Singapore. Peter Bennett, who was on earlier, an investor from Greenwich, Connecticut. Sharif Rana, who's our Malaysian economist, host of Economics with Sharif on IBM TV. But it's 5 o'clock in the morning on our time, 5 in the evening, Malaysia time. Also, Jeff Brown, the Dean of the University of Illinois Business School. Thank you also, Jeff, for being here. This is like the awards. And then we also have the Pulitzer Prize winner, David K. Johnston. Thank you for showing up. Holmes Stoner, the chairman of the American International Chamber of Commerce. Kim Calhoun, who's the on the board of advisors of computer science at North Carolina State. Jim Eade with the Eade Foundation. Alexander Starr, who's the host of investments with Sasha and, of course, our sponsor, Lynn Shepard at the Family Dollar Store. And we can never forget the person who has his 1.3 billion Facebook followers, Ankit Kanlwar from New Delhi, India. We want to thank everybody for watching and attending Economics Monday. I do know that this is, once we produce this, people watch it over and over again for weeks. You know,
This
for
has
what
been the
it's
most
worth.
watched show, one of the most watched. Can we play Bill's report before we leave, and then our outro?
Well, Bill already did his report earlier today.
I know, but we usually play it twice.
We play at the end?
Yeah.
Well, Ankit has the technology, so we can do the Washington report
I'll check
right
it
before
out.
we leave.
There was a glitch earlier, so I'll just try to pull that report up one more time. Just give me a moment.
We're just going to have to give it a moment, because I was going to do the exit.
Or we can just go ahead and do the ambassador.
Oh, got to find the ambassador.
I can run the report.
We do what?
You want me to play the report right now? I can play right
और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अथू अथू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
Yes. Do we have the report?
Yeah, I have the report.
Your evening on Spectrum News 1 is local information, but it feels more like a conversation. I was talking recently in a store, and a woman recognized me. She said,
I've seen this guy before.
She learned something. And if you can learn something from a news
From IBM TV, International Broadcast Media, this is your report from Washington. There's been quite a bit happening over the weekend, so let's just get started. First, a recap of the week that was. The DNC reportedly raised over $70 million during the 4 days of the convention. This combined with the $48 million raised in the 48 hours after the announcement of Senator Harris as the vice president.
Spectrum News 1 is brought to you by the injury attorneys at Ellis Law.
Good afternoon, I'm Sarah Pila. Here's your Spectrum News 1 update. The World Health Organization is calling for countries to contribute more money into a program aimed at equitable
In their favorability ratings, moving up 5% in the eyes of the American public.
By the end of next year, the WHO says it's important to provide doses to the highest risk areas around the world. Well, Orange County officials confirmed more than 150 new coronavirus cases and one more death. The health department also reported a steady drop in hospitalizations and ICU admissions. More than 80% of cases across the county have recovered from COVID-19. Prosecutors in New Zealand
Was reported expressing her unfiltered opinion of the president. She disclosed, quote, he has no principles. None. His blank tweet and lying. Oh my God. I'm talking freely, but you know, the change of stories, the lack of preparation, the lying. Holy shit. Continuing, she said, Donald is cool. All he wants to do is appeal to his base. Meanwhile, in Charlotte, North Carolina, there were successive days of clashes between protesters and the police outside the site of the Republican National Convention ahead of this week's activities. As for the convention itself, while much is left to speculation, this much is known. 1, there will be a convention. 2, none of the prior Republican nominees for president were invited or are welcome, including Mitt Romney, the family of John McCain, or even Bob Dole, the 1996 Republican standard bearer. Most importantly, the last 2-term Republican president, George W. Bush, was not invited, and sources indicate he had no desire or intention of participating. Third, a Trump campaign official confirmed that instead, Donald Trump will appear each night of the convention. Pivoting for a brief moment.
Uses an array of instruments to create his unique sound.
Can't wait to see that. Thank you so very much. Good morning, everyone. This is your morning on Spectrum News 1. It is Monday, August 24th. We thank you for joining us. We are graced by Itai Hod, award-winning journalist and nominated either for more LA Press Club.
I should be here every morning. Thank you for that intro.
our good Mel. He's off getting much needed break. All the heat, we're going to tell you all about the heat, but what's really dominating the state are these fires, Eade-Eade up north, and lightning, the dry lightning fires. It just caused such devastation. They've cost lives as well. But there is a silver lining here, as we always seem to find when tragedy strikes. Those who come
Looks like we're having technical problems on that, Kit. So
you think?
I think yeah, we are. Serious technical problems. I don't know what the problem is. We'll try to erase that next time. But we do want to thank everybody for being at Economics Monday, and we will see you all next week.